Excuse me. Excuse me, are you Santa Claus? I heard you might be him. If you are him, here's my list.
Help the Marines make Christmas possible for less fortunate children. Donate a new toy to Toys for Tots.
Here's Santa Claus.
Thanks to your generosity, Marines have delivered Christmas to children in need since 1947.
All right, and we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to 12 Days of Indie. Hope you guys have been enjoying all of our casters thus far during these long days. I know a lot of streamers have put hard work into this event, and I'm very thankful to them as one of the admins of the event. And today, guys, as we talked about and seen here, it's time for a speedrun. That being Hyperdimension Neptunia on the PlayStation 3, the origin of the entire Neptunia line. Up to this point. Also, yes, PS3 UI is a godsend. This UI was probably my favorite UI. I don't know why they went away from this UI, but that's just me. So, yeah, if you've never seen this game before, you're in for a little bit of a treat. This game has been my most played game since 2012. And I absolutely adore this game. So you guys I hope you guys should have a good time with this, have a fun little blast of the past, because this game definitely shows its age nowadays. So let me just start the game while talking about the incentives. So the incentives obviously are a single uwu for $2, and as you saw with the stream yesterday I was on, the uwuing will be commencing. As well as if we get $500 in one donation, you will get I will reset my entire speed run on the fly and have to do the entire run from scratch. If I'm the final boss and it happens, I have to reset my run regardless. It does not matter. So yeah, think of that as a little bit of fun. Not all would make it on there, Yoda. Unfortunately, the vanilla trilogy will probably never make the PlayStation 3. Also, one of the best intros in the entire franchise. I love this intro to death. I'm working on that. The volume for the game. Oh, it was? Yeah, it will be. I had to redo my entire Elgato setup, so I apologize. It might be a little louder, soft, and then on the fly. this intro is just memories. Alright, there we go. So, yeah, welcome to Hyperdimension Neptunia. Once again, this is the legacy, kind of the original game that started the entire franchise. And I've been in love with this game since I was probably a young adult when I first found out about this franchise, and it's a good time. So we're gonna set up our stuff real quickly so you guys can see kind of how we'll set this up. Sound gets adjusted to about 55, volume gets adjusted to about 65, 70. Depends on where you want to go. Voice volume will be dropped a little bit because voice volume can be really high in this game. Movie volume will drop a tiny bit, not too badly. For the run purposes, we will be using Japanese exclusively for the in-game voices because it does save a little bit of time. If we do it on hard mode, display all. If you want skill to be fixed and you want to increase your camera speed to about 75 to 80. I go at about 85 because I think that speed's perfect for me. And then we set everything up. We hit the done button. We confirm our DLC because this run does use DLC for fun reference. And let's pull down the Discord. That way I'm not having that up in face the entire time. Alright. DLC is confirmed to be correct. If you guys are ready as well as I am, it's time for a speed run for the kids. Remember, guys, incentives are up in the channel if you want to donate to make me do something while in the run. I will be doing the female voice sometime later in the run. I kind of want to explain some things in the beginning that need English, or a normal voice in this case. So yeah, I do want to do some explaining before I try and do the waifu voice incentive from the other stream. So, that being said, we will begin the run going live now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and begin. Thank you for that raid, Triton. Hope you're having a great day. Oops, that's a not fun there, Strawberry. I'm sorry about that. So, we have a little bit of a thing here called the unskippable cutscene. This is because it is the only known cutscene in the entire game you cannot skip. We don't know why. We've looked into it multiple times over. But you cannot skip. You cannot skip this cutscene. This fight is unskippable for whatever reason. We don't know if the devs... did it this way. Potentially, but yeah, this was kind of a thing that's been the thing with the game since launch. So yeah, this is something that we just deal with. Yeah, so basically this is, the whole plot up to this point, just kind of an explanation, is Neptude is these four have been fighting, the 4 CPUs of the universe. And basically they've been fighting for however long and set up, and now basically they decide, okay, take out someone that we all don't like, that's super strong, and get rid of them. It's combat stuff, it's not... It's combat stuff, unfortunately. That's stuff I have to alter in other areas. This is the risk of trying to fix something on the fly. Alright, should be better. Let me know. Again, it was a combat scene, so I had no control on that. Don't have any alteration control on for a bit. I'm not doing this for a record or anything like that. Records are kind of broke. I broke my record on a long time ago. My original record was 4:46 on some change. Now it's like 4:12 is my best PB time currently in this game. So yeah, that's kind of how things work. That's... Also, so now we're entering the tutorial. This is also one of the few things you cannot skip out of, which does make this section kind of long. But the fun thing about this section is it is probably the only time you hear this game music. It's never used in any other portion of the game. So, yeah, this is kind of a fun little game music section you get to play with. Like I said, I lowered the music a fair bit. If it's still too loud, let me know. I will alter it from there. So this game had probably one of the oddest combat systems at the time of release for an RPG. Just because it was one of those games that... Fair enough there, Triton. I fully understand that. You have a good day at work. You have a good day at work there, Triton. For sure, for sure. But yeah, so this game has one of the odder, mechanic-based systems of a RPG at the time, where your commands are inputted via the button command presses you saw on screen there, and to skip you would hold down, you would have to spam the L2 trigger on the back of your controller. It was not the best design choice, as yes, this was one of the few times that a game really decided to push that in a game. And also, you're going to find out about the healing mechanic soon, and I'll explain that when we get there, and that's going to be something that is another fun little mechanic that this game had that was eventually removed. Because, yeah, it was not very liked, ever. Also, yes, this is the Idea Factory title. I want to thank them again for sponsoring the event. Also, yes, guys, we are doing giveaways for the animation of the Neptunia franchise based on the Rebirth series that was made after this game. So if you're interested in, if you've never seen that and want to kind of catch up on your Neptunia lore, there's a good way to get it if we get some donations in. We'll be doing giveaways for those down the line. And remember, all donations that we get here today go to the kids, so this run, while it is optimally still a speedrun, it is a speedrun that I can play loosely because it is for charity, and I want to make sure the kids are getting the best chance of... Or getting that best chance, essentially. We're getting the best chance to have a good Christmas. Yeah, heads up though, I am relatively slightly tired today. Work happened, and work is a thing. So hopefully, you know, if since I know there's going to be a second run, that's going to be a thing. So hopefully my energy drinks and my brain can keep me awake long enough to actually not fall asleep. I've nearly done that before. My job was also a 20-hour run, which was much more crazy than this run, but that's minor comparison. Switch over to Monster Call. Compa, this is an herb I'm going to try and explain, which is Monster Call. Basically, Compa can summon monsters out to fight, and it locks them into a position where basically they can't come out and attack you at random. Because in this game, the monster attacks trigger at random. And that's very much a situation problem this game has had from the entire time it launched. So yeah, it's one of those, like, you have to kind of watch it things. But if you play it right, you can actually get around this. And we do use some ways, we do manipulate this a little bit later in the run. When we get there, I'll show you that and talk about it a little more. Because manipulation of this is very important in the run overall. Also, yeah, DLC will be used here, as you're going to see very soon. And the DLC is very important to make sure the run goes as fast as it goes. Otherwise, without this run, DLC, it could take up to like 9 hours, I believe. Alright, and because we are in the Christmas spirit, we are going to go with Santa hats all the way for our head accessories, because why not? Buy those, because we need those. Go to the Explore button, MS, New Friends in Mission. And this is where we receive the third member of our party, IF, or as people have called her in the later versions of nicknames, Iffy. Iffy is the factory's character in the game, and she is very savvy what she does. She has a treasure hunting ability, and you do use it a couple times in the run, but it's not like crazy used like a lot of people would think. You're not always treasure hunting in this game in the run. And you kind of get a little thing talking about it there. Also, this is one of the few games that still use the start button as your setup. Surprise, surprise. So, look up the Santa hat. I am going to give Neptune a little Santa costume because we are in Christmas vibe. Something that just get, and she just gives her Santa hat. Okay, there we go. And yes, it took me a fair bit of practice to get where I could do that without having to look at like any of my notes. Because there's a lot of stuff you have to set up in menuing. So menuing becomes very vital in the run as you go. But this is actually fairly quick. And so Neptune is the only one, sadly, with a Santa costume. Otherwise, I would be using Santa costumes for everyone else. Because it is actually Christmassy themed, and I thought that would be more fitting. But unfortunately, that doesn't quite work here because, unlike future titles, they didn't do a lot of costuming with this one. Which is a shame, because I was always really excited for costumes as they would come out for titles like this. And where are we at now? Okay, we're heading up the first wormhole. So. If you are curious what I'm actually what is making what's basically making a lot of these fights super easy early on. It is actually the boosters that I purchased earlier. The boosters give certain stat bonuses that that basically boost a character's health and other stats. Marin! Hey, one of our fellow speedrunners over at the HGN community. I told you, like, how long ago, Marin? I told you how long ago I was doing this. Oh, gosh. But you're here now, anyway, Marin. So, hey, there's that for you. Go, I've forgotten by now. Yeah, fair enough, Marin. Fair enough. Yeah, it is tonight, and I am live and engaged in this. I don't know how well this is going to go, considering I'm somewhat tired, but hey. Oh, they'll be exhausted and sleep. Fair enough, Marin. I understand that. You gotta do what you gotta do. But it was cool you to stop by regardless. Awesome to have you here, as always. So yeah, I'm gonna tune in. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I'll have to check that out. That's Marin for you. I'll switch over to our friend. I need to get rid of him super quick. So this is kind of the worst case scenario, getting this guy, but it's not the worst situation. You can get around it. And yeah, so the goal of this dungeon is to get about 3,000 gold. The reason for this is we want that 3,000 gold so we can buy a eject button to escape from a dungeon and get a special weapon that will be coming up after this particular dungeon. And it's important we get 3,000 gold here because the 3,000 gold is going to give us our gold benefit to get the items we need. And that's very important we get it here because it will help us immensely later on. Because what we're going to get will basically break the game all wide open once we get a certain skill later down the lineup. Alright, so we go here, check our item shop, at the credits, and we just do a monster call. The goal here is to get 3,000 credits. Those credits are going to be very important because those credits are what's going to give us the money we need. Obviously here we want some of the bigger creatures because we want to be able to basically kind of use this as a little bit of a setup system. Well, we don't always get that, so you do. It is kind of RNG here what happens. This gives us a few RNG factors, and I'll discuss some of those once we get closer to it. Final Boss is a huge RNG factor, but that's kind of the way the game is always designed. I guess I should kind of talk about this real quick. We are doing New Game True End. For New Game True End, the requirements are basically as follows. You are required to beat the game with all 3 of the CPUs from the other planets, lands, with us in combat. And our final battle mechanic will show kind of a strategy of why you want to do that. But as I was saying before, it's one of those things, like, one of those small things that that it does. This is where the longest time comes into play. Bad end generally is much shorter with this current setup. And I am not getting good luck with these spawns. Well, not exactly. I am, but I'm not really getting good luck with like important setup stuff like that. Now check your item list. 3,000 credits. We are good to go. And we'll just go from here. And I'll explain more of the story as we go along, obviously. It is one of those, like, things that... It is one of those things that you do and have to explain, because you're bypassing a lot of the story cutscenes as you go through the run. The goal here is basically to make it so she's just at breaking point on her gauge, but not to kill without Neptune. Neptune's gonna be your damage dealer for the bulk of the run. And no. Alright, and now we finish with the first official fight of question mark, or R4 as she's later known in the later portions of the series. Now here is where we are going to use our resources. By exactly these items, go to the landmass, go to this dungeon here, and this is where we are going to kind of play around with a very broken weapon. Set this to easy mode. We're going to make a save right here exclusively, because you want to be able to come back to this point if you have to reset to a degree. And then you're going to go search and enter this. And go to IF out the gate. We want to make sure we're on IF. That when we get to the treasure, we can treasure right up. We're not waiting to pump that out. And yeah, so the reason why we set this dungeon easy, it is 900. It is a level 900 dungeon. This game can go to level 999. So if you have never seen this, that is why. There's not a lot of people grind to that level. But it does contain a very powerful weapon known as the Kiryu Sword, and we want that Kiryu Sword because it basically makes Neptune a three-shotter. Hey, Sagewise, welcome in. How you doing? Okay, this is unfortunate. We don't want a creature to attack us. It's unfortunate there, but we have to just take the hit and roll it. Going well? Awesome. Very glad to hear. Right around here. There we go. Sword. And boom. Now equip our new blade as you and Neptune. Return the stats back to hard mode because we want to have that there for the XP. And the only time to use the reset button the entire run. Great, thanks for all you do for the kids. Oh yeah, no, it's super fun. Came back in time, I was totally enjoying watching this now. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed this MCP. This is, like I said earlier, this is one of my favorite games when I discovered it. And I absolutely adored it. So now that I speedrun it and I get to have fun with it, it's always just a good time for me to kind of play around with. Okay, so this game has a teleportation system. We really don't want... It was never used anywhere past this game. Unfortunately, it was removed in later games, MK2 and above, because you have to go through a dungeon every single time, and it kind of burns time. So it is one of those like catch-22s where it's like it is nice to have the ability to jump between the lands without jump between the lands through a dungeon. But in the run, it burns a lot of time. There's no way to skip these. You can't just avoid these. Now, we got this special weapon, right? What does this weapon actually do? Well, I'm glad you asked. That's what it does. That is basically the reason why this run is possible. This ability, this sword, and an ability we get later on in the game around level 20. Once we have both of those, yeah, basically win the game. If RNG is in your favor. Like a few key moments. But yeah, this is for the kids, guys, so any donations you give towards my incentives or any incentive here will be used for the kids. And make sure they get a very nice Christmas this year. And with 2020 being such a rough year for everyone, it's just nice to see communities come together and, you know, give kids a better opportunity for Christmas this year. And I've always enjoyed doing like always enjoyed taking part of this of 12 days. So for me, it is one of my favorite events, and I'm just glad that we get to share it with you guys here in the community. But yeah, I started running this game, I want to say in 2019, kind of as just like a weird little hobby, for fun. And I've always had fun with it. So it's just one of those like it's one of those things that shows that trying something just because you can lead to a really fun hobby. And that's something I'd always impose with the kids. Play what you want, do what you want to do with your life. Don't push yourself to be the same as the next person unless you feel you want to do that, obviously. Okay, so the goal of this dungeon, as fast as possible, is to kill 5 giant chickens here. We got 2 there, which is extremely good RNG, because you usually can only get 1 in that first fight most of the time for my runs. So depending upon how many we get in the next major in combat encounter we pull up into, that will depend on if I do a bell summon or if I go ahead and just take a normal combat engagement. In this case, we did get 2, so I'm going to take the normal combat engagement and test my luck, because I don't want to engage in a long, all drawn-out fight without necessity, in a sense. I don't want to put myself in a fight that's going to lose time. Even if it might give me a little extra credits, it's just not worth it here. And that's something you'll see throughout the run is there are a lot of small things I could do to optimize certain elements. So my luck did not boil out as planned. We got hornets, which are not what you want to see here. You want a 5th cockatrice here. So again, you know, RNG isn't always on your side. I've had a couple really good runs where RNG was on my side, but this is not one of them. And so yeah, this is like one of those it's one of those hit and miss things. And sometimes you lucky get it like right at the gate with the 3, or you don't. Here I got them, so we didn't lose too much time, thankfully. But this is why Kiryu is basically abused here. It basically says, "Hi, I'm a sword. I hit you, you die," within like 2-3 hits. Hello, Rexy. What's going on? Am I doing something incorrectly? We have an I don't know what that means. What does that mean in good or bad term form? I'm assuming we're gonna have admin incentive pop right up, and I'm not sure what it is gonna be. Yeah. Could have been said. Could have been said. Yes, Rexy, you are right, but I don't say it. I will avoid. That's the only time I run into that. I run into that creature. So that will not be mentioned again. Again, if it sounded like something, that wasn't it. I apologize if that was it. Oh, by the character. Oh. Yeah. Can't help that, Rexy. Certain characters say certain things in this game that you can't avoid. It's just impossible. This is, I believe... I want to say this is rated M? Or R? Because this is one of the few PG-13 ones I think they did at the time. Like I said, I skip the text though, so you shouldn't see any of that, Rexy. So, I skip all the text for speedrun purposes, so you won't see any type of, like, phrasing very often. If you do see, it's like maybe a hair of it. I believe we have one more to do. Yeah, Lost Girl Black Shadow. Here it is. Lost Girl Black Shadow. This is one of those few... Coming at me. So yeah, basically, we're trying to get a very certain ability, and to get it, we have to get through last station to a certain degree. So we will be pushing to get there as quickly as possible, so that we have it, and then the rest of the run, I can do a lot of, like, incentivizations, stuff of that nature, you know, fun things. I can talk about fun little tidbits about the game, stuff like that. And we'll do a lot more stuff like that, obviously. But yeah, this is a game I wish they would report, because the game itself is fun, but there's a lot of technical problems, there's a lot of legal reasons they can't report it. And I don't rest. Yeah, if you guys are tired and you need to sleep, I highly recommend sleeping. The only reason I'm not sleeping is because I'm in the middle of doing a speed run and I have to be the fast. And that is a true fact. So yeah, if you wonder why I don't sleep, it's because speedrunning is kind of like my non-sleep hobby. So we're getting up there. But I will probably collapse once I get done with this run. Oasis or anything to take care of it. Oh my gosh. Are you talking about Compa? If you're talking about Compa, she is a waifu character to some people. So hey, go off that. My non-sleep hobby is sleep. This is, by the way, CPU Blackheart. Something I haven't really explained too much yet is, each CPU represents a different console. So, Neptune is Sega, or anything from the Sega family, except for, I think, the Game Gear, which is Nepgear in MK2. Last Station is PlayStation / is any type of PlayStation console. And so, except for, I think, the PSP / Vita, which was represented by Uni in MK2. And that's what I'm looking. You're here. Yeah, we know you're here. If you need to go do your... If you need to go sleep, sleep. So yeah, I've got a can of G Fuel in front of me, a bottle of Coke on the side of me, and a bunch of other random beverages still sitting here. I still never started the series. You're probably best gonna want to start with RB1 box. As much as I would say vanilla is the better of the two, and that's just because I have personal preference to vanilla. RB1 is a much more streamlined game, and it actually explains the story of the lore much better from a modern setup. Vanilla is one of those, like, if you're interested in the old lore, that's kind of where you want to go. But new lore, kind of, you want to stick with the Rebirth franchise. So yeah, if you're gonna play a box, try the Rebirth ones. I honestly recommend the Rebirth ones as much as I haven't really played much of them. They are the better trilogy to just kind of get into. Oh, and while we're not gonna get to see it, in this particular city, there is a little segment where if you see a little, you can. Is this a glitchy speedrun or all skill? This is mostly all skill base. We don't use any type of glitch in the run, except for the runs that the game tells you about by general default. And then not really glitches in that case, they're more like just kind of ways to kind of play the game a little faster. We do use DLC though, so we do use like we do use a handful to pay DLC, and we also use one of the free DLC to get a special weapon that basically makes the game super kind of easy. So it depends on how you look at the skill there. But otherwise, yeah, the run is basically mostly a skill run. How fast can you menu? How fast are you able to spam your attacks? Can you break a monster without... Can you get an RNG on a certain monster? That's basically a huge skill point. Let me... Yeah, so we don't for this particular game we don't prefer glitches, mostly because glitches in this game don't really work too well. We don't know why, but there's only one real glitch we discovered, and if we do use it, it's only like once. And that is that there is a segment of the game we'll get to later, where basically you can trick the game into thinking you used a bell and fought the bell monsters, but you didn't. You just used an item to eject out of that fight, and it acts as if you did the fights without gaining the XP or the credits. It's only used in one setting though. We don't know why, but for some reason in the code, it's the only way where you can use it. And I do have notes up on the back on my other computer screen as a slight heads up. I will not be using them unless it's like a dire necessity. Only because there are some segments of the game that I don't remember all purchases or all skills I need for a character that I want to ensure I have actively set right. But yeah, this is probably one of my favorite games to run, obviously, because I just love the content, I love the characters. The community around is super fun and chill. Probably one of my favorite communities to hang around. I'm your solicitor. There you go. So I have a fun story about this dungeon. When I first was learning this run, or I was practicing my own variant of the run at one point, we always did the Celeon or Cleone summon spawn in this dungeon. But for whatever reason, my brain thought it was hidden in one of these side rooms. And so I think I spent like 20 minutes trying to find the summon point. And it wasn't. It was actually right in the hallway going up to the boss door. So if you walk right up here, it's right here. But my brain didn't register that. And it was funny because I was doing that live at an event, and I was really like, and I had to self-admit that I made an error, which was, now we go. Sure. You don't really take a break in this run, but okay, I will do that, Rexy. Thank you for letting me know. I will check my DMs as soon as I get them up here. Yeah, no. Generally I don't. Generally in the run you don't stop. You literally go the entire time. So if I get a reset, which is right on the bound to happen, I will check it because I do want to keep up with everything. Yeah, the run's not long enough that stretch breaks are a necessity, thankfully. But this is one of those few games that if you're doing like a longer run, you definitely want a stretch break, because this game can take a while. But yeah, I got lost in that area. It was very interesting. Hi, Giz. Yes. If I have the time, I will try to, Rexy. Something Yes, by the way, she just did a Final Fantasy VII reference. You're welcome. Or something ooey. Yeah, these character models are definitely something else. I love them though, so... Like, these character models are probably the better models though. Like, the more recent models don't have the same flair in my opinion. And we haven't run into some of the other characters yet, so obviously it's like... of anything. Ah, well you're in for a treat then, Rexy, if you stay awake long enough to catch it. If you fall asleep, I don't. It'll be VODed, so you can catch it later. This is pretty much. This game is pretty much a go as fast as humanly possible with certain setups involved to basically make it so you basically have a high success rate. And so the last Celeon point, or Cleone point that we need to go to is here. Don't think you'll fall asleep. But now we commit to taking them out. Fair enough. Fair enough, Rexy. In this dungeon, though, this is the first instance where we do swap a difficulty. The reason for this is the selling element we're going to fight here is rather tough. And we want to ensure we have gives us the best possible chance to beat this one without any major issues. This is the only one we're going to transform on, just because we need the extra damage, and you get extra damage in CP form. Something the manual doesn't tell you, by the way. I can make that oddly clear, as stupid as that is. But yeah, it's weird, but for some reason, the manual doesn't tell you a couple key things. One of them being that there's there's a hidden AP mechanic in your AP system that people seem to forget. And I only learned about it during a run when I was doing a live run one day. And someone told me this, and I was like, amazing. Actually, I really need to. I have not actually. I thought about getting Jurassic World, the new Jurassic Park game. It looked good, interesting to me. Alright, so we'll be coming up very soon to the next major... the next really big major point in the run that is basically going to make the run easier on us. And when we get there, you'll see why this kind of breaks the game. And the whole gimmick behind it is not even so much that it breaks the game. It was literally the most broken skill in the entire game. To the fact they had to nerf it in sequel. Like, it has never been as powerful as it has been here. Which makes no sense in some logic. But it somehow does. Alright, Koifer, if you're heading to bed, have a great night, and I'll catch you sometime in the morning when I get up. Because I will be going to bed after a speed run, obviously. We are going to do a quick alternation here because I didn't do this before, but we did fine without it, so it wasn't a huge deal. IF also gets her sample tactic. Alright, now... And this is the fight I was talking about, so... This fight here takes not very long, but this fight here literally is the fight that breaks the game for us. And if we do it right, I can do this in a way that will not actually get me in trouble. Go. Good. And yep, just goes for clear. And voila! Firm, I have 20. And boom, level 20. So, this is very important. What we just got is literally the ability that breaks this game wide open. It's part of the game naturally, by the way. So we're going to give Neptune a little bit of a combo change here. We're going to give her back her base attack as carry weapon. And I'm going to give her this lovely ability called Neptune Break. Now you're probably thinking, it's an ability, doesn't sound that broken. Well, you're gonna find out. It absolutely is as busted as it sounds. Don't need anything to see yet. We're gonna keep exploring. Sadly, I can't show this official. Sadly, we don't see the ability just yet because we now are going to start using a lot of eject buttons to kind of save ourselves a lot of time in the run. And we're at the part now where I can start doing incentives if we're going to majorly push for them. So, if we have, the uwus, remember for $2 we were doing a single uwu. I said it would be broken flaming. We know why it's broken. We know why it's broken. I said contact Alex, remember? Alex or Drawl, one of the two. One of them would do the command for you. Okay. So now we're going to Louis. The reason we go to Louis now is we have an item called the test model. And we want that because it's going to give us a... It's going to give us a certain advantage later in the game to have in our inventory earlier than later. Yeah, by the way, this is where you're not going to see a lot of major battles going forward. The reason again for this is at this point, we're at the point we don't need to fight any major battles anymore. Or minor battles. Level 20 is kind of the point where we are just like, we've hit the status we need to hit. We don't need to worry too much about like any major like power leveling anymore. That anime skirt though. Yeah, that anime skirt though, Flaming. That anime skirt. You actually just came in at near the start of the run. We're only maybe about 50 minutes in. So, you actually came here at a good time. Because you haven't missed too much of the actual base run. But yeah, so now we have an ability called Neptune Break. And the reason why Neptune Break's so good in this run that's fine. Don't worry about that. Yes, Nepu's in the Santa costume. I use this because I can. This is probably the one place I don't like. Because, yeah, you have to break walls constantly from snow. And it's kind of annoying. No, it's fine, Flaming. We're not gonna... You're good on that one, brother. Don't worry about it. Christ. No, I can't. I was close. So there's a good RNG section of this dungeon. You can get it. It's really good. Basically what it does is you essentially skip the second fight, but it's purely RNG step based. You very much likely will get it. It's almost impossible not to get it. I've only not gotten like twice. So if that makes any sense, that's kind of where it's at. But yeah, so I guess I'll go ahead and do a little bit of story explaining so far, to catch everybody up, because obviously this does have some story elements that I personally think need to be explained. Essentially, as Neptune, you're going around collecting the fragments of the key to free History, a ancient like book character that has served with the goddesses in the past, but the other goddesses, which is Blackheart, Whiteheart, and Greenheart, have basically are like, yeah, nah, that's not a thing. And so you kind of have to go through these little adventures to get them to help you find these fragments, as well as eventually recruit them to your team to help you fight the bad guy of the game. And we're at the point where we're starting Louis, but we do jump around the storyline quite a bit, where we finished about roughly half the last station story, but we haven't finished it completely. And the reason for that is simply we are going to go back to it after we complete a certain segment of the game. And that is so it kind of works to break up the story a little bit, because it gives the game a little bit more jump around time. So it does work out in the favor. Boop. Oh, no. Here comes the boop. I'm about to boop this dog. Quite literally. So yeah, heads up. Don't blink. No joke. Do not blink. Yeah. That's what I meant by I basically no longer have to worry about any type of level disadvantage. Neptune Break, if you have the AP for it, basically does a multi-hit, a large multi-hit ability that basically shreds everything. And this is why Neptune Break was nerfed to the ground in every future installment of this game. It is so powerful that just getting level 20 gives you the ability to abuse it. And that is why this run is doable, because we abuse the power of a super strong weapon, the power of a super broken move that's built into the game by default. It's not even a DLC. It's literally a default product that the game came with on the disc. There's the reason why I've always said this game is probably my favorite to run, because there's so many small things you get to play with that you don't in a normal speed run or a normal run of this game. I did not have... Oh well, I'll lose a little bit of time in this area, but I what was a little bit of time there because I don't have the ejects in this, but it's fine. Like I said, it's not a required thing. It does help. So yeah, Neptune Break basically does a 17-hit combo based on your weapon's base damage. And the idea is that essentially it can wave clear because it's a multi-hit, meaning it can target all enemies on the field. And this was something when they designed it in this game, I guess they figured it wouldn't be super powerful. Like, people wouldn't figure out ways to kind of use it in, like, that sense. So, when people figured out you could combine certain weapons with it and basically break the game with it, it was kind of a, like... It was kind of a, whoops, I guess we need to kind of lower the power of that ability going forward. So they did. After every game after this one did not have it anywhere near as powerful as you see it here. And and like I said, it's a multi-hit, meaning if I do it on a single target, it hits other targets on the field. So it's not like I'm just hitting one target, I'm hitting every target. And that is a big thing. Now, as I promised last stream, guys, I do owe you the waifu voice, obviously, from the previous stream. So, we will be doing that sometime between now and I think Antidote. Antidote is kind of like the mission that is a pain in the behind because it's not a very globalized mission in this game. Also, yes, remember, guys, you can, we do have incentives up if you want me to uwu. I can do that. I will uwu for your enjoyment, I think. I don't know who gets enjoyed here who will uwu, but, you know. Uwu. Yes. I guess I did that as a little teaser for you. If you want more of that, you can donate. You can donate some money for me to do that. And if you want to reset my entire run, for one $500 donation, you can do that. And I have to reset my run from the very beginning, and basically start over. And all that money goes to the kids. So if you want to see me suffer and you want to get money to the kids, there's a good way to do it for you. Because that is probably the best way to get me tonight, is that one thing. So I'm expecting, I don't know if I should expect it, but I feel like it will eventually happen. It broke. I feel the brokenness. I absolutely do. I feel the brokenness. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that flaming. I really would not worry about that. I already have a feeling it's going to happen. Well, that's the thing, Flaming. I'm expecting it at the very end. Here's the thing that people don't... This is the thing that I will say is... Doing it now would get you nowhere. Because I'm only an hour in, I could easily reset here and be done within the initial 5-hour mark I had put. Yeah, watch what you say. Let's watch terminology here. Yeah, but that's the thing. This is the... Doing it now would basically be... I wouldn't say a waste. It'd still be a good thing for the charity and for you guys. You get to watch it all over again. But doing it here would be the less anguishing version of it, I would say. Oh no, the very end. I'm expecting at the very end. That's the thing. I'm easily expecting at the very end. Like, if anyone's gonna do it, it's gonna be the very end. There's no way around it. Yes, Rexy. I have run this game around 15-ish times now. And I have actually, I am currently the world record holder for, I'm currently the 300, the third world record holder for the game at about, 446.22, I want to say. Something like that number. That's my heart too. But yeah, Rexy, I've played this game for, I started running this game in around 2019. So I played the game well before then. So I kinda have, so I know what I get into with this game. Considering I think my first official playthrough of this game years ago took me about 75 hours to do. It kind of blows my mind that I can beat this game in about 5 hours now, under that. It's weird, but it's a thing, and I like it. Credits. Well, here's the thing. If they did that, Yoda, I would still reset the run right there, and just use the override on the console for that. Hey, ChubCheeks92, welcome on in. How are you doing this fine evening? Hope you're having a wonderful evening / morning wherever you are. But yeah, if someone goes to do into the final boss, basically I will be ready to jump back to the main menu. If it's at that point, if they're in the boss fight and someone drops it, then obviously I will have to do something a little different to make it function, but we can still get it to work. Hey, MCP. But yeah, guys, remember, we are here for Toys for Tots, a charity that gives kids that may not have a chance at a better Christmas. And this year, more so than ever, it's very important that we help give these kids a better Christmas with how big 2020 is. Oh. Okay, I can lower it even more, but... I can't boost my mic anymore. My mic is at the max volume it can go on just on my overlay on my program here. I've got the Elgato down to almost half the setup it's supposed to be. So let me know if I need to lower it any more or if I need to raise it up higher to fix the sound difference. Thankfully, that's fixable on demand here, so that's not any major time down. You're used to high game and low volume. Ah, fair enough. I try and be careful about that. Oh, art streams. That makes sense. Yeah. Quickly. I adjust my mic as best I can, but the thing is, I'd rather just adjust the game overall than adjust my mic, because I feel like if I have to fill with the mic, I feel like I'm gonna mess something up worse. With the Elgato, I know I can alter it, and it's not gonna be like a massive, it's not gonna be a massive thing. I wouldn't mess with both if I was a better streamer, but 7 years of streaming has not taught me how to make adjustments on the microphone. Ever. Like, that is indefinite. No, that's fine. I understand that. I'm just trying to make sure it sounds good now, is the thing. Good now? Okay, cool. So we will leave it at that, and I will not alter any further. That is true. Well, see, here's the thing, Cup Cheeks. Altering stuff like that in your stream does not make you a bad streamer. I can say this as someone who has streamed for 7 years on Twitch as of October. That adjusting stuff on the fly is part of streaming. You're never not going to be adjusting something on the fly when you stream. That's the biggest thing you need to, I think, kind of understand. Is there's never a time you're never not going to be adjusting. Yeah, I'm using a $50 or $60 $50 or $60 Yeti Snowball microphone, just because it's better than my headset mic that I have on my set here. Okay, condenser mic. That makes sense. See, I don't have a condenser unit or anything. I do need to get a USB powered mic though for future, for some further adjustments that need to be done for streaming. But that is something I'll deal with when I get to it. I can't afford a condenser. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I live in an apartment with a roommate. I don't have a lot of money to drop on the condenser and stuff. Here. So we're not going to be at Lean Box for very long, just a heads up. Lean Box is basically, our first visit to Lean Box is basically the shortest visit in the entire game. And you're not in, when we do come back here, We'll be here for a good 30 minutes ish, depending upon some RNG stuff. That's right, guys. As I spoke earlier, every $20 donation will be triggering a giveaway for the Hyperdimension Neptunia anime. It is basically the animated series that they did based off of the Rebirth franchise that includes B2, the last game of the core line. And it is, I've seen some of it, it is very fun to watch. If you are interested in anime or want to know more about the Neptunia lore in a different format, that is the best way to get it. I can guarantee you. So if you want to see that, you have your chance to win that, that is the best way to get that. And remember, that is the best way to get your chance to get your hands on that. Thank you to Idea Factory for giving us keys to donate for that. Thank you, Just Measure, for hosting, for giving us a host. Yeah, so basically, they made an anime based off of the entire series, and it kind of goes into some stuff the main games don't. But it is definitely something I recommend. If you are interested in Neptunia format, it is a good time to enter for that, because it is a very interesting way to do it. So we're going to hit a key plot point here for this sector zone soon. But I won't be talking about it until we get back to Leanbox in the future. Because Leanbox is one of those areas that has a pretty long story segment in comparison to like everything else. Alright, now we're done here. We are going to return to Louis. Actually, perfect, that works. Yes, anime though. Oh? Uwu. Like, no one's putting my Owo and Uwu skills to use. I have to use it somehow in this variety of imagery. These very long legs. Oh, Neptune? Yeah, in this game, for whatever reason, this game, they gave her long legs. They fixed it in future games where they shortened her legs enough that she didn't seem super out of place. But for whatever reason, this game, they did not get to fix it. And this game did get a re-release in a trilogy set, only in Europe though. It never saw light in Japan or in the US, just Europe. And I am still after that, by the way. Yeah, that was what a lot of people thought, actually. Honestly, that's what a lot of people thought. I don't disagree with that. Because her CPU model even has the long leg thing. But yeah, they did again fix this in like MK2, which was the sequel. They shrunk her legs down just enough. Just enough that it didn't seem super out of place. And it was good they did, because it was one of those like little things that people noticed. Really big calves. Yeah, I can get that. Okay, this is Whiteheart 3. Whiteheart 3 is not terribly tough. She goes down within 2 Neptune breaks almost every time. So just, so yeah, this won't take very, so this is where kind of where our power grind kind of comes into play. Now we're able to just grind, like, we're able to just bust through certain boss fights like it's Cake. And this is one of them. And yes, if you're curious, I am actually, if you're curious, I am actually, like, speed pressing buttons on my controller. In this. I don't know if this is the character model type. Not so much Not so much for this game. The character models definitely kind of changed throughout the franchise. But it varies. It varies, Rexy. So yeah, the Wii plot basically so far is there's a character called Overlord Momus who is causing chaos, and now we are sort of getting in between it to basically stop Momus from destroying the world. It's really a decent arc for this area, but it is short. Like, it is a short arc in comparison to some of the others in the game. I thought, I played this game a few times, and I thought I kind of got how the arcs are supposed to work. But this is one of those arcs that's like, a little more would have been nicer, but I get why they didn't. We're making good time, actually. Yeah, it's not great time. I love Miyazaki movies, but so Miyazaki movies are a unique circumstance. But I will admit, I love Miyazaki movies. There's quite a few movies from Miyazaki that I enjoy. I'm going to L here. A little bit of a safety route. I don't normally you would bell sooner than here, just because it would get you through the dungeon much quicker. But in this case, I'm not too worried about it because we're ahead of time, so I can that 2-minute time hit overtime can work, and that was extremely good. So basically, we just got what you saw all the Batman. Yeah, I saw that. All the Batman. Yeah, we just got really lucky, and basically what ended up happening there was we got a single turn bell. They're not common, and so it's kind of one of those, like, things, if you get it, it's almost like a good blessing for a run, but I've gotten it a couple different times. It's not really terribly hard to get RNG-wise, but it can save a few minutes. Can save a few minutes, like. And there we go, that's done. And we are done with the Wii for now. We will now go back to last station, and we will basically be pushing ourselves through last station to finish it. Through it. Very nice, Rexy. Very nice. Oh, hello, Whiteheart. I didn't know you were here. Actually, I did. I try and forget. Because Whiteheart here isn't too big of an issue. Hard. Yeah, that's also a big terrible battle. There you go. Now we go to the last station. So we've done a fair bit of Whiteheart's arc, in the arc of Louis. There really isn't much of the arc left for Louis that we will be doing. So yeah, we're basically getting what to go. That's state. There we go. Last station. We don't have any walls to do it for a while, so obviously it'll need to be Neptune for a bit. Neptune isn't with the Santa costume though, so if I can stay in Neptune for the most part, I will. Because it is a Christmas themed event. This is... And back here, got some avenue. Paradox. We should be fine. We don't need Paradox for Killasheen. We will need it for a later boss fight. So basically, there's a weapon we get later on in the game, we can buy here fairly soon called Paradoxin, and it basically gives Compa the ability to paralyze targets. Out of everything you think we would use, Paradoxin and Paradoxin U are the two weapons that we literally focus on for purchasing. Because basically it gives Compa the ability to paralyze targets in fights, and that paralyzation can literally make or break a fight in some instances. So it is a very useful setup. It's just one of those things that if you didn't get out the gate, like I didn't here, you're not losing anything because Killasheen doesn't really Paradoxin too badly. It can help keep some of Killasheen's like abilities under control, but it's almost a minor necessity, if anything. Uwu. Yeah, the Uwus. This has been really Uwu forward. I didn't see that coming this event. It was done like as a joke, and all of a sudden it took like a life of its own. And I was like, okay. Oh. Like, it's like I'm glad it's there. Don't get me wrong. It's a fun. I think it's just funny that we turned this into the world of Uwu. Uwus are indeed life there, MCP. Alright, so, say hello to Killishin. As a heads up, this is one of the few fights where RNG can literally say, no, you don't get to go further. I have lost at least 2 runs to Killishin, and that is not a joke. Because Killishin will basically say, hi, I'm Killishin, I want to kill you. Here, he did not, so we are very lucky. But I have had runs die to Killishin, because he gets a crit on Neptune. Killishin crits you, you basically have lost. You might as well restart your entire run. Even if you're an hour or some odd in, you've just lost. Okay, so we're gonna not only pick up our ejects here. We want to get the Paradoxin now. Give Paradoxin to Compa. That way we have our Paralysis. Or Soon Heretic. Now, we do have one unfortunate fight coming up that I'm not going to enjoy. It's not here, but it's coming up very soon. That is a boss that you fight called CPU Breaker. The unfortunate problem with CPU Breaker is it's the only fight in the game that forces the player to use essentially use something that isn't Kiryu. So we do have a different strategy for that fight, and I will show that strategy off here soon when we get to the fight. It's a bit of a risk strategy, and we've kind of developed it after a time point where we were trying to figure out how to do Killishin safely, while still having decent damage, because without the damage, without Kiryu's power, Net Break doesn't do like as much damage. And so one of the things we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out how we can buff the damage buff the damage to make it so it's sort of on par, if not right at the edge of the differences. And we found out that by using this particular setup, it worked super well, but it did come with the cost that you can't heal until it wears off. And that is something that I will say, yes, it is one of those things that you really are not prepared for if you never, for the first time you play this game. We're gonna go through a bunch of stuff here. I've done some challenge runs in the past where I've not used the strategy, where I've done it without the use of this particular skill we're going to use, and it can be done. By all legitimate means, it can be done. I don't care to use it, but it can be done. And depending upon kind of how this, how the runs go, because I'm expecting more than one, I'm expecting 2 runs, I'll be honest with you. Thankfully, and the thing is, part of the run we actually buy the Santa hats because some characters don't have certain like AP items. So in this case, we just use all the Santa hats. Normally, Neptune has like a little bow in her hair. Pampa has like a thing of whipped cream with strawberries on top in her hair. And if I can show some of those off at the end of the run, or even as after the run ends, I will. Because this game has a lot of fun little like Easter eggy stuff that you can play with. But yeah, I guess I could probably explain this. Hard mode isn't really hard mode in this game, or any old Nep games, I'll be honest. So you don't gain any more or less XP if you go from easy or hard. You don't gain more or less money. You gain the same amount of money and the same amount of XP every single fight. The difference that hard mode makes is, while certain boss monsters will use their abilities more often, this is mostly seen in like a few fights like Killasheen or CPU Breaker than anything else. But the thing is, we barely almost always use hard mode just because really we're at a point that unless we get super unlucky with like crits, you're not going to be like... You shouldn't run into any trouble, really. If that's the case, you shouldn't run into any trouble at all. If you do, it was just a bad run, or maybe you forgot some. And here is our skill we're using. Protein. Now, let me make sure I've got the ingredients for it, because... Okay, we do? Good. I am going to Tech Expo. I'm going to try this without saving. This could be bad, because if I mess this up and I lose here, this will not be good. I'll explain a little more about protein, because of what its effects do have a little more, or a little different than it is. So basically, you gain an increased set of damage in exchange for you not having the ability to heal, and certain skills are less likely to activate. So you're not always going to get Neptune Break, you're not always going to get Transformation. It's very... You leave yourself very wide open. And on CPU Breaker, we definitely want to get that static off when we can. The CPU Breaker will do a lot of damage if you let him. And you don't want him to have that option. There you go, CPU Breaker down. But yeah, that's kind of what Protein does. It gives you that type of ability. It's not a bad item, like, at all. It's actually a pretty good item skill. But it also brings up the item skill tree, which I didn't talk about. And that is where this game really shines, I should say. Basically, it's percentage based, and those things that have been picking up the entire time, those are items used to get to use certain item skills. It is definitely one of those things that I will say that makes this game unique, but it is one of those things that makes this game also very tough for first-time players. Quick restock on these, because I always feel like... Go. So let's go into here. This is the first key dungeon, or the key fragment dungeon that we're going to do. I always do the bell summon about here. I think it's a little bit off than what the actual run tends to do, but it is a slightly better effect if you can play it right. And you don't have to people who die like that. It's both. Just take them out. Oh, I'm in the wrong sword still, that's why. Yeah, alright, well that's a problem. Quick fix though. I think the record holder actually had a problem similar to this, where he actually used the wrong weapon. And actually never ends his at one point. Oh, we good. We got this. A little more time than they wanted, but eh. Not bad. Alright, now. Here, re-equip her with her Kiryu, so she has her damage sword on. And this is where you start to... You'll start to use these mode a little more than you would normally. Honestly, I remember this map. This map is very confusing. Like, absolutely. I will not... I cannot kid you how many times I got lost in this map trying to practice before I'd really done my first official run back in 2018. It was one of those, like... It was one of those really large zones, and this map gets replicated a couple different times. So, knowing your pattern is kind of... Like, yeah, it is, once you know it, you know it. Like, it's very hard not to know where you're going at that point. Right, and this is the trigger for the Blackheart fight. Yeah, this is one of the few things that this game does differently than RB does. RB1, you don't have the fights with the CPUs in this sense. So you they altered that for the makes. And it definitely showed. But I think the remakes on their own are decent games. They're not my thing, but they are a fun time for new people wanting it. Guys. And see, that's where the power of that stun comes into play, which is why you get that weapon. Alright. This is the only time we'll use this trick as a heads up. So generally the game can tell if you're going into a bell. If you use a eject, because it won't trigger a certain status. Here, for whatever reason, we don't know if it's just this dungeon or that hallway. You can just drop that, and it automatically thinks you fought the boss, or you beat the creature you're fighting, gives you the bonuses, and it's like, oh, you did this, okay, cool. So we don't have to, so now you can just walk all the way through here without having any major fight. It's the only time we use it, though. We've not found any other instance in the game where this actually is used. By the devs, by the developer. It is odd, but it is interesting. Then guard vermins, at least this one will be tough. Last station is generally one of the tougher zones, but that's kind of that's already kind of known in the game. Okay, we paralyzed him, so we've done our job. We're gonna back out and let him now. And if Compa dies here by any means, it's not a huge loss at this point. Because Compa can die here as long as Neptune die. Neptune dies, then you basically you're gonna have to do some preparations of how your run's gonna be. And that's kind of why you do a save early on, just as a precautionary. But we're not doing many saves unless it's absolutely necessary for this run, just to keep it kind of fair. Okay, we are done here. Grab one more. Grab one of that. We are going to... We're going back to Louis to finish up the Louis storyline. And now we go back to Louis. Thankfully, the Wii is actually relatively short. The Wii is probably the shortest of the areas we do. Beambox being the longest. If that's the case, it's not a huge deal. And I want to again thank everybody for coming out to the stream, you know, supporting the event. By tweet, just coming to check it out, you know, promoting it. If you donated, thank you as well. Thank you as well. All money goes to kids for Christmas who can get a gift this year. So every little bit helps. If you want to see me do some incentive challenges, you can do that while we're on live on this broadcast. And those will be in the stream chat there for you guys if you're interested in those. Here's Monster. Okay. So I'm trying to keep my energy up as I'm going through this. Because it's kind of tough to, keep my energy up at times, especially when I'm this far into a run. And I worked today, so energy's already been on the low meter. I tried to take a nap beforehand, that doesn't really work most of the time. Fine, he's got the paralysis once, back out. Burn. Yep, break. Guard break on that. Good. Damage. Oh. And that's kind of the reason why you have the paralysis there, because it does help. It does honestly help, so I can't complain too much. Go. It's kind of funny This little mission right here, and I'll talk about this mission specifically because it is interesting. Basically, Neptune took a disc from a heretic game, and for like the side of Overlord Momus, and basically in Neptune being Neptune, takes this thinking, oh, it's just a disc, ain't nothing important. Gets her and everybody sucked into the disc, and is trapped in the disc, and they have to find a way out. The story for this one's actually pretty interesting because it's the only time they actually do something like this, and that's probably for the better because it wasn't like a great level. And yes, I will be doing ads sometime during the run. Not particularly sure when. So we'll thank all of our sponsors, all the people who are making this event possible outside. Very in the next few hours, I'm gonna say. It's basically figure out, hey, let's fight this monster. Like, obviously this thing has to have summon something, right? So if you defeat the thing inside, it'll break. And that's basically what they do. Which is hilarious because logic says that wouldn't work, but it is video games. So hey, that's the thing. And I think we tried doing stun stuff without Compa, but Neptune was always the best target for the stun. Compa was always the best target for stun weapons because her shots do more damage than everybody else. And you can actually use that as a way to actually get stun off much sooner than normally. And yeah, that's sort of how we kind of figured that out. It was kind of a simple thing, but it worked. And yes, I do have an energy drink sitting here if I absolutely need it. It's kind of my last resort thing. And I'm probably going to need it going into the later ends of the run. When we get there, we get there. For right now, we don't need to go there, so we're good to go. And now, basically, the people working under Overlord Momus are attacking the Silicon. They're trying to take and capture the CPU. So we try and protect the CPU. Kind of where the game sort of ends up. Oh. Very low. Alright. Yeah, by the way, building muscle move for this game is actually kind of annoying. But you actually know you have to remember that you have to be able to spam your buttons frequently. And it's not as easy as it looks. I think it took me like 5 runs to really get the muscle movement, or like get certain muscle movements down. And when I finally got it, it was a huge relief because the muscle movements in the game are not terribly difficult, but they definitely press your finger, press your mashing ability. You know? R4 has been defeated once again. Checks up to 100. In this case, we do have to do a little bit of math. This is a little bit of a time loss for the most part because you never have the exact same amount of stuff every single time. But it's not terribly bad, so I don't feel too bad about losing time here if we do. Yep. That. That wasn't too bad. Like, it could. Oh, I forgot the one thing. Bingo grab real quick. Oh, honestly. It's not, and you don't really need it yet. You will need it soon, though. So basically, it's getting IF a weapon called the Chris Kotar. And you'll see very soon why we actually need that weapon. What's back? Oh, I think it's supposed to be. Oh, I'll fix it. Oh, this dungeon is confusing. Like, you know, you have to know to turn right here before you see the next room map appear, because if you don't, you actually hit the wall, that room where you have to kind of get away from. So yeah, it's one of those like dungeons that nope. We're not gonna do any type of bell trick here because this dungeon, unlike Noirs or Blackhearts, doesn't have the same trick. It's one of the, so here we just basically have to go into battle 5 times, escape using the check buttons, and that's basically kind of how you get around. Your phone has learned Ulu. Your phone is gaining knowledge. How do you feel? Man. I'm just enjoying the charity. Doing charity shit. It's refreshing, it's relaxing. Time to burn it. What, are you afraid you're gonna have freaking Skynet in your living room? Oh, Skynet on your phone? Hey, it's getting cocky. And PHT2NJ, hello, how are you doing? Welcome on in. But yeah, I mean, unless your phone suddenly has Skynet growing on it, I don't see the reason to burn your phone. Maybe Skynet I could see, but it's great for the charity, so yeah, it's a charity thing. A lot of people don't like Ulu, but the thing is it's one of those like charity things. Like if it's for charity, it's good there. Alright, Guard Vermin fight. Same as usual, we're gonna follow similar tactics to Guard Vermin 2, Black End Last Station. because guard vermins tend to do the same thing. Comes out for a good cause. Hey, I mean, if you are, then hey, it's good for charity. So I really don't see a problem with it. Burn them down real quick, set them up to good. Guard mode. And you always want to go into guard mode, by the way, in these fights if you can. Because the guard mode helps keep you from taking any unnecessary damage when you go in hit them first. And there's guard vermin number 3. And there we go. There we go. We got key fragment number 3, the Louis key fragment. And we are officially done with Louis for the most part. We will be coming back here later for a couple events, but otherwise we are good to go. Yes, PhD even. This is a speedrun of Hyperdimension Neptunia new game True End. So we are going for the best ending of the game that you can possibly get. And as Rexy just mentioned there, yes, there is a reset incentive if I get a $500 donation in one sitting. I basically have to reset my entire run. But it is for the kids, so I really don't mind it. Because really, if it's for the kids are always a good cause. I think there was a year we had, I believe there was a year we had a situation where we, draw modified into cumulative. Okay, so it can be cumulative. I did not know that, Yoda. Thank you for informing me. I did not know it was a cumulative setup. I thought he had left it as straight up one donation. I get why he would do that though, so that makes total sense. I had to mute at the end of the slot at your inner slot to finish do sound test real fast. So that's why I didn't hear it. So yeah, I didn't hear it. It's still gonna be $5 any regardless, so it's not a huge any loss type situation. All right, so this is bad. So welcome to probably my least favorite mission in the entire game. And I mean that nicely. Basically, long story short, this dungeon is not very fun to do. Essentially this is a dungeon where you have to essentially collect a bunch of ancient items to help Neptune basically recover from a very deadly poison. Now, the unfortunate thing about this is, yeah, it's a very big pain in the boot. That nicely, because the RNG luck for this level is basically a pain in the behind. I've never once gotten a single no eject rooms ever. Though it is possible. I've seen it. I just never gotten it. Now, let's see if I can get it. Unlikely, but we'll try. Yeah, no, I get it. I'm not worried about if it's cumulative or single. It's still, you know, a $500 donation. It still all goes to charity. So far as I'm concerned, it's still money for kids. I really don't. That's all I really care about. Now, there is the rare chance, I mean this, that by some reason, for default, we don't get a donation for that, right? Let's say I actually can finish the run in one go, which is unlikely, obviously. I will have a backup game on standby for the remaining towers in my time slot if there's... We're running a giveaway for them. So, alright, no problem, Rexy. Yeah, go ahead and AFK for a bit. I'll keep an eye out on it. Like I said, I'm nowhere near the real end of the run, so if we do see that $500 donation of any format within cumulative or whatnot, it will very likely be towards like maybe hour 3 or 4 of the run. No, I plan doing. I have another game on backup if I get done early. It probably would end up being DRQ2 unless there's a game Draw has preset standby for me to play. In the wing, because unfortunately because DRQ2 is another game that we have that's also an IFI title that we have from them, but it hasn't been shown yet. I don't like being the IFI guy too much, but if it comes down to a game I need to have on the back burner, I do have DRQ2 ready. I just gotta... Oh. Okay. If he doesn't have one, that's fine. Yeah, if he doesn't have one, that's fine. I figure he might not, because I know the run... The thing is, the run... I expect a reset somewhere. I actually do. As much as I'm dreading it, I expect it. Also, hello, Alex. Booga. Angle. Hat. Epsana. Everything else should be fine. You picking my backup game wouldn't be the worst thing, Alex. Let's be honest. Like I said, I fully plan to do the full 7 hours, unless something actually comes up where I finish the run and it does the donation, and I'm that tired. Yeah, the run will be full. I will do the full 7-hour slot. This is the last slot I have for the entire event, and I would like to, you know, do my fair due diligence for people. As to incentives for any future other games I'm doing, I have no idea. I'll be honest with you. I have not figured out anything for incentive for any. So we'll figure that out on the when we hit that crossroads, though. Because yeah, that's just kind of a thing. And I'm not picking up a lot of the items that are in these chests on the way here. Generally because machine take over. Okay, cool. Thank you, Rexy. And I appreciate that, Tiff, if you that you're on standby for that. That is appreciated. Trust me, working on a restaurant is not the best thing when you're planning to do marathon events like this. Like, I love my job, but working at a restaurant is not a recommended thing. Like, okay, cool. That's good, Rexy. Yeah, no, that works out beautifully, so I am okay with that. The Jurassic World Planned Zoo. That sounds like fun, honestly, Rexy. Jurassic World Planned Zoo sounds like a good time, honestly. Yeah, the only reason I really love working in food places. So the only reason I'm really doing the speed run, I guess for kind of curiosity's sake, is I wanted to bring something a little different to the event that maybe some people might not see before. And this was kind of my most unique, some of my more unique things that I personally play. And I thought it'd be a fun challenge for you guys because I may not have people that have seen this before, and you may not have seen this game run in any capacity. Played Jurassic World, it was gorgeous. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've not played Jurassic World. I've seen gameplay of it, but I've never played it myself. Stop by, have a great stream. You as well, PHT Even J. Have a great night and just some sleep, and we will see you later in the here at the event. Hopefully. For 12 days. It sucks. No, I know that. Last year I had the same problem. I worked at a food place. My boss would not let me have almost any day off. And I had to request those in advance, and I did. The ones I was able to get were only because he let me out like maybe an hour early. It was a nightmare last year. This year I had to literally play the good ball to get him to let me have the Friday off, because if it wasn't, I literally have to be staying up after the speed run just to be at work at 8:30 in the morning. And that is never fun. Like 8:30 in the morning when you have when you've done nothing but speed run. A monitor on Ultra. Probably my first dino hatched. Ah, that's awesome. That's awesome, Rexy. Really, it is. Whoop! Hello, King Kern. How are you tonight? Welcome on in. Was doing short order cook. Yeah, I would love to do diner cooking. I work at a not a fast food restaurant, but I work at a restaurant, a home style restaurant. So we kind of do fastish food, but it's all home style cooked. So everything's made fresh from scratch. There's a lot of like stuff I have to set up, like proteins in the morning. It's just a lot that I have to do. That is very. It's just a lot I have to do, and it didn't help the carver. So if anyone's ever done carver, like protein carving, it's a very tough job. What have I? Wow, I'm still alive. This thing. Math. Yeah, Flaming, you did. Welcome back, though. Oh no, I understand that, Rexy. I am a, so I work as a protein handler as well as a cashier server and a carver, at my store. I tore 2 ligaments though, so I can 5 pounds. Ooh. Yeah, I feel you on that. I feel you on that one. I have a similar problem where I actually threw my back out doing protein work one morning, and I can still lift boxes up to like 20 pounds, but I can't, if I do anything the wrong way, my back just screams in agony. Yes, it ends on the 15th technically. I believe the 15th is when this event ends. I don't know that exact. We are... should be around here. Where did I short? Crap. You would think that, no. I have trouble keeping up with some things at my job, but here's the thing that I think I struggle with is that there are things that they want you to do that I don't feel comfortable doing, so I try and follow my own way and be safe. And yeah, I try and be better on that, but my boss is one of the people. But yeah, I enjoy it. Like I said, this is all for kids. I get to enjoy a good time tonight, and I'm having a lot of fun doing this. A lot of my runs are for fun. I don't aim for like a world record. I would love to one day get world record on this game because now I can. But for now I don't, and I'm okay with that. I'm very much okay with that. See, I can't do that with my job, Rexy. Mostly because any stuff like that I prep is going to be department, and we have a code that we can't prep it. We can't have meat prepped for, I think, more than 48 hours. Anything above 48 hours is basically a no-go. Yeah, protein is rough. It is. It honestly is. And I mean, I have to cut like prime rib and whatnot like 2 days a week. I'll tell you, that's the only meat I think I can keep more than 48 hours in a setting like that, just because of what it is and how we wrap it. Anything else though, no. It's basically no go. But, I mean, so I've always had fun, like, I prep a sushi restaurant, sushi chefs cut fish on fly, sauce, okay, that's fair, and I can see that being an important factor. You know, you don't want to cut, like, fish on the early, you know, doing that fresh on the fly is kind of really important for sushi, so I completely understand that. Whereas sauces, you could prep them in advance, and sauces generally get better the longer they sit pre-made. Most of the time. So yeah, that makes total sense, honestly. But yeah, I'm looking at the food industry, hoping, you know, by the end of the year I got another job that's out of the industry, I can kind of work on something I'm a little more comfortable with. Because 2 years of my current job has just been kind of like not my favorite thing. Yeah, no, I feel ya. Eel sauce, I can imagine, no. I'm not a back end or a backup, as we call them in our restaurant. I can't do that job. I'm too slow at it. I think the only reason I do, the only reason that I actually stuff like actual outside of protein handling is because just a necessity. Otherwise, they basically have me exclusively as a protein handler in the mornings because we don't have anyone else trained in the task. And it's not a very good job. It's one of the lowest hour jobs in the entire store. So I kinda have to play around my dance around my hours a little bit to make that work. What was funny, was I got home from work today, and my company will occasionally send you out little cards or little things for like your birthday or certain events. And it was funny because I came home, I had a little card on my desk. It was from my job, and I was like, okay, what's this? My 2-year anniversary at my job was this month. And they sent me a little it's something. Oh wow, okay. Yeah, they wouldn't let me do that. They wouldn't let me do that. They actually had to train me on the spot because they wanted me to make sure I was doing protein right. But they sent me a little card saying, thank you for 2 years at working in the restaurant. As like a little thank you card saying, hey, thanks for it's your 2-year anniversary at the store. Congratulations. I'm just like, oh, that's kind of nice. I mean, it's not much, but it's like, it's still nice of them to actually like upper people to actually send something like that. Teriyaki accepts. Okay, interesting. We are running through this tonight, actually. I'm very happy with this. This run has actually gone pretty smooth in comparison to what I thought it was going to. Hours. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, eel sauce you cook for 10 hours. Even I knew that. It's time. Yeah, you take it. I had to think about that for 2 seconds. This map's a little tricky. Yeah. Yeah, eel sauce is thick for a reason. It's reduced very heavily. If you're kind of curious, also as a reference point, if you're curious why I kind of go around all these little, like, post areas instead of going up, like, staircases and whatnot, it is because, it saves about 7 to 8 seconds per, area you walk around. It's not a whole lot of saving, but it's enough that it kind of works. Sounds like a terrible thing. I know my buddy, I know one of my friends on Hangout after a day I had done specific extra protein, and he was not a fan of that. Like I have to have like my work shoes, just as a reference point, have to stay outside my apartment. I'm not allowed to take them inside my apartment. Only time they're allowed in here is literally for cleaning. That's it. Because of how much of what I work with. So yeah, my shoes actually sit in like the rain sometimes here in Florida. No, it's not how bad they smell, Flaming. It is more so that I work with like raw chicken, and one of the things that unfortunately that will happen is I can get chicken juice on my shoes, and it attracts insects, which my roommate does not like. So we made an agreement that when we moved in together, I would leave my shoes outside. Yes, I am, Rexy. People. Yeah, there's a reason I'm not mentioning names and stuff like that. That's partially why. Ah, scrubs, yeah. Thankfully I don't have to have scrubs. Could be. Around. First. Stop. If monster call. Call it. Oh. Yeah, for me, I have a uniform. I'm not allowed to use anything but my uniform for work. And it consists of literally an apron, just strictly black uniform clothes, a apron, a hat, and that's really about mostly it. Like, I really don't have a whole lot my uniform consist of. But I do carry a pocket and a box cutter on me at work all times for certain other reasons. And yes, that has come in handy more often than not outside of work. So I will say at least that has given me a reason to own a box cutter. I would do a hobby knife, but safety regulations specify that the blade has to be sheathable, or you have to cover. Let's see. Oh no, I know all about that one, Rexy. At my job currently, at my job right now, dishwasher. We have basically at night you have one dishwasher it's usually one staff member that just works on dishes. Literally. And that's all it is. They come in, they do, maybe they help up front, like up until like 9 o'clock when we start getting ready to do night food, and then they go into dishwashing mode and just wash dishes for the last 2 hours of the evening. And then basically the job for them is basically have all the dishes done by about 11 o'clock. Blade inserts. Yeah, I get you on that. Well, we didn't set it up right, but we should be okay. This guy's not too terribly tough. We gotta do some setup change up in it, though. But we save time still, so we're not too far out of it, honestly. Nice, paralyzed, so we should have no problem kind of wrecking him. Oh wow, okay. Yeah, I get that. I can see that. No, you did not. Okay, and there's key fragment for Leanbox complete. So we are technically officially halfway through the main story technicality. Now I said main story, didn't specify the end portion, so take that with a grain of salt. Planet Tune. Search, Planet Tune. Click. Frank Bangle. Big. Set back to hard mode because that fight. Yeah, if I make dinner here, my roommate basically uses it as a free meal. Like whenever I make dinner here, I usually make like a lot of food. I make a fair amount of food that way it's like lasting me 3 or 4 days, so I'm not cooking constantly because of my job, how much I work. And I'll leave literally a sealed bowl for him to eat, just so he has it, and it's gone within like a day. That's usually chili. Alright, we are about to basically go free history. Or history. I think it's history. What do you got planned out, Flaming? Tell me. I'm doing a speed run. I literally have nothing else to do but follow notes on the occasion and talk to people here. Well, unless we get donations, then I get to uwu or reset my run, but that's kind of already expected. I'm sad no one's made me uwu yet. I know it sounds weird to say that, but yeah, chili is like one of my favorite things to make for leftover purposes because it lasts. It gets better the longer it sits, and it's better the longer it sits, and it just tastes good once you cook it for a long time. Well, and also I'm making a gallon of it at a time. Yeah, I would love to make a gallon of it at a time, Rexy. The only problem when I make it is if I don't put it in like a sealed container, it ends up being gone within about less than a day. Oh yeah, for a regular run, I have a lot. Okay, so here's the thing, Yoda. The incentives for if I was doing a regular run of this game, I would have more incentives up on there. Eaten, like I literally have, like my roommate literally will eat the stuff. Also, say a little story. What I call her, the pixie on a book, and yes. That is literally my term for her. She's literally like a little fairy sits on a book. And I don't know why that is. But yeah, my roommate eats it. And so unless I seal it away in an area he doesn't go look in the fridge, or I put it in the freezer to freeze it like overnight or something, I literally don't have any after a certain time frame. But yeah, I love cooking. Cooking's one of my favorite things. But yeah, Yoda, I had a few ideas available for this run if I was doing like a non-speedrun variant. But the admins wanted me to do a speedrun because I'm known for being speedrunner in the TDM community. Yeah, I saw it, Flaming. And I saw you doing it. It sounds good, Flaming, honestly. I really tried to help me yesterday about kitchen mess and dishes. I had to deliver, so I had to clean. I have the similar problem, I guess. My roommate is one of those people who didn't cook a lot when he was living on his own. A spoon. A spoon. I'm sorry. If you're complaining about a spoon, maybe you have a problem. No, I did a lot of cooking when my roommate didn't. So, at one point, I ended up, I would clean up, after I'd made dinner, I would do my dishes, make sure everything's cleaned up. And my roommate, and I think I let it sit for like a day, because I think after dinner I had to do something one day. And he, comes out of his room and he's like, hey, the kitchen looks a little dirty, and I'm like, okay, so I'll take care of it, like, tomorrow when I'm home, because I'm off. I have something I gotta do. He's like, well, no, I want it done now. I don't want my kitchen dirty. I'm like, you never use the kitchen. Only I do. You literally use the fridge. Either make, I would go with the store maid. No offense there, Flaming. Nothing against, hand making stuff. I'm all for that, but that sounds like a nightmare. Like, I'm all for handmade. I love doing handmade stuff, but I'm not gonna fold 100 layers of dough. That is not gonna be in my handbook repertoire there. Yeah, some things are worth it. It's kind of like phyllo dough. If you know anything about phyllo dough, if you make that by hand, you're asking for hand cranes. Oh, okay, I'm gonna mention this because I kind of have it the entire time. The funny thing about what the video footage you're seeing, is that this footage is actually in, 480p. It sounds weird, right? I'm using a HD console. I have an HDMI cable, but I'm running it on 480p. There's a reason for this. We discovered, surprisingly, that if you try and run anything above 480p visually, it actually slows the game down for whatever reason. I guess it's just PS3 logic. I don't know. We've never figured out why this is. I was gonna say, biscuit type dough might be a probability if you actually know how to make a good biscuit dough. Big things. I do, but I don't bake often. Saute. Alright, we are done here. Next we head to that station. Alright, let's head over to the land of technology. Yeah, that's a thing, Yoda. A lot of people have that problem where it's like, it looks faded or fuzzy. It's because it wasn't designed for a high resolution, so it doesn't work all the time. But, for this game, for whatever reason, because it's run on PlayStation 3 actual hardware, because fun fact, this game never got digital release. Don't know why. It was released in 2010 back in Japan and 11 back in the West. So it's one of those like weird things that no one's actually ever figured out why you couldn't fix it at the time to run off of non-480p. But apparently you can't. Oh, God. I think this one's up. I want to say this one's up. Yeah, I'm going up just I don't trust it. I think it's up though. Yeah, this game only has one port, a physical port. And the problem is because it got a physical port only, it makes this game, one, hard to locate, unless you're going like Amazon or eBay. And two, means you have to run on physical hardware because emulation, while it exists, doesn't work as well as it should. Gotcha. That's Nito and yeah, I got you on that. Though I will admit this though. I do have a. This is being run on a solid-state drive, modified PlayStation 3. So the load times on this are nowhere near as like grievous as they could be. Alright, so we'll actually have a chance to let Araba pull. Why jumping from the keyboard there, Flaming? What you trying to do, huh? But yeah, so... Owns me. But, yeah, so this is kind of why I have interest in this game. Like, you actually... PS3 has terrible emulation. Just note that. There's not an actual good emulator for PlayStation 3 that I've heard of as of yet that can run most PS3 games effectively. So, the fact that I literally have put money into a PlayStation 3 that has a solid state just to eliminate load times... It, kind of puts the emphasis there. Could be good. Accent dropping on your face when lying down. Yeah, I've done that. I've done that. That's not fair. That's not fun. Comfortable. Pretty much. Don't want to go any further. I don't want... Yes, it is, Glop. It is DLD. I am here. We are in the middle of a Neptunia speedrun. All the fun. Whilst doing it for charity. So if you want to, if you want to make me do some things, limited things, mind you, while I'm doing my run, you can do that. Through charity, through the giving of 2 kids for Merry Christmas. But yeah, how you been, Glop? How you been doing? Yeah, I am doing a speedrun for charity today, which is not a normal thing in the world of speedrunning. I've noticed, speedrunners, but. About that. Don't know. I'm very successful. Please up today. Pop. Nice. Very nice. I'm glad you had a great day of success. That is always good to hear. Of the internet entertainment world. Yeah, I worked today, but I had my marathon slot. So I was like, hey, you know, I'm doing a speed run, so I'm gonna do a speed run because I can and because it's a request. So hey, speed run. And that's right, guys. If we do have a donation thing going on right now. If you donate $20 is donated in any format, we are giving away the Hyperdimension Neptunia, the animation code for Steam, I believe. It is an anime that was done off of the Rebirth franchise, the Rebirth story of Vanilla, of the original trilogy. And also includes some stuff from V2, if anyone actually knows of the V2 story. So yeah, there's always some fun times there for you. So yeah, if you want to have a chance to win that and you want to donate, you can actually donate $20 for every $20. We'll give away a copy of that. Oh, I did not set protein for this fight. Alright, well, I haven't saved it all either. I'm not a run. Alright, so I'm gonna play a little safe in this fight because I didn't bring protein with me. Normally you want protein in this fight. I've done it without protein a couple times, but it is tougher. And as you can see, she gets stronger as you go along. So you gotta be careful. Thankfully, most people will be good. Glop with that $20 donation. Thank you, Glop. Question is, how many Uwus do you want? Because now you have just you can chip me Uwu. Right, she goes down, it's fine. As long as Nep doesn't go down, we're okay. So guys, that means we are now doing a giveaway of the Hyperdimension Neptunia, the animation for Steam. Our head moderator will actually set that up for you guys here in just a minute. Thank you again for that donation, Glop. And I will say, if you have not seen the animation and you want to learn a little more about the Neptunia story, it is a great way to do so. So, high recommendations on that, if you're interested in Neptunia in any format. And sometime tonight, I do owe you I do owe you the waifu voice from the previous event. I'm gonna try and do it. I'll be honest with you, I haven't really gotten a waifu voice, so it's gonna be really awkward. Yeah, nah. But yeah, Andrew give a couple next if you're curious why I've gotten so quick on like doing the escape commands, like the ability to just skip skip menuing so quick. A lot of it boils down to I've had a lot of practice on different controllers. So this particular controller is a bit newer, so I haven't gotten it down yet, but it's getting there. There's actually. So I have a challenge I'm going to try once I can, I have a challenge I'm going to try when I can actually get the controller. Because there's a way to set up a Project Diva controller to play RPGs. And it's basically going to be, I'm going to try and hook up a Project Diva controller and try and beat Hyperdimension Neptunia with just the Project Diva controller. Because it has a similar button layout than to normal control. Yes, thank you again for the donation, Glop. Very much appreciated. You also put us on the track for, you guessed it, a reset. $480 is all we have left to earn that reset. Oh, hard. Okay. Well, I guess we will go on hard mode then. Holy welcome, it's for a good cause, folks. Yeah, like I said, the entire event's for a good cause. We just The community here has been super fun to work with this year. I've always enjoyed working on the event every year. First real year as an admin, and I will say, dealing with the hiccups we've had is not even. It's just been a good time all around for me. So here's the thing. Pampa and IF going down do not matter at this point. I know it's going to sound weird saying that, because you think, oh, lower level, they're not going to be as useful to you. Well, they're not going to be severely needed towards the end of the run. More so you need them at, like, the start of the run to kind of compensate for Neptune and Vector. Alrighty, you go ahead and lurk, Rexy, and you enjoy your lurking. But yeah, so a lot of the stuff you see that I can do in this game, it takes a lot of practice. It's one of those like weird things I've had to build up over time. Like spamming the attack and skip animation is not frame perfect, but it basically should be. Like it's pretty much that level of animation canceling. And there is some animation canceling you can do in other places. I'm not extremely good at it, but... Welcome back, Flaming. Power Bangle. Combo, get her weapon, which you don't have yet. Combos here. This I do have to look up because I don't remember this at all. Not right now. Both of these is switch. Back here. S. Spectral Edge. Set. We are good to go. Yeah, if you haven't entered yet, Flaming, enter in for the animation giveaway that is currently going on. Rexy went to go look for a bit there, Flaming. Oh, you did? Okay, cool. I didn't know if you entered or not. Yeah, I can't enter, unfortunately. As a runner, I cannot enter these. So I do wish everyone the best of luck on that with the giveaway. I would love to get my hands on a copy of that animation watch because I actually have watched it before, but I don't own it, and I'm a huge Neptune fan. So that's something I gotta work on in the future. Flaming, you don't have to. You should honestly watch it. If you haven't seen it, I still recommend watching. Like, if you win it, use it for yourself, man. I promise you this. You will want to watch it. It's a really good setup. Like, it's actually really well done for what. Yeah, I know you never played the games, but even if you're watching just as an anime, it's still relatively fun. That's gonna cost me a little bit of time. Okay. figured. I understand. Yeah. So we're almost done with Beambox now. At least for the first major portion of it. But yeah, I can either, if whoever wins, I either recommend the animation. Great watch, honestly, and the fact they put it on Steam is a really cool thing. Like, for the longest time, it was only available on, like, I think Funimation had it for, like, a long time. And then, it disappeared, and went to various other sites. But it was definitely a good watch when I got to watch it back then in the day. So yeah, I highly recommend it. And I will be, like I said, I still have the waifu voice to do for you guys tonight, so hopefully I'll be able to throw that in somewhere here. I try with the run, I try and be careful because there's some things I have to explain and the voice could interfere with that to a degree. Because I don't have a really good waifu voice. It's more like, you know, something like this, you know, something really high and pitchy. You know, something simple. And it kind of works, you know, you can call it that. Alright, we are done with Leanbox, and we are off to Louis. Alright. Lala! Congratulations, Lala, on getting that. Hyperdimension Neptunia, the animation. Yep, Lala's here, Flaming. Why wouldn't Lala be here? Kinda. Lala's kinda here. Oh, man. Puppy. Yes, congrats, Lala, on winning the Hyperdimension Neptunia, the animation given to us by IFI. Thank you again to IFI for sponsoring the event and giving us the codes to give away for Azure Crosswaves, as well as the animation. Says thank you. Hey, Draw. I don't know if you want to boop draw. Yes, I believe we're also doing 2 random giveaways there as well for the $20 for $10 per giveaway. I believe. I might be incorrect on that. If someone can verify for us on that one. Yeah, this is, like, I'm just saying the 3-hour mark are a little over now. But this is decently good timing, like, we're on good weapon pace. For what we are, which is extremely good. Normally the weapons take a fair bit longer to do. At least on the HDD, because there's load times that you had to deal with. Like, load times were crazy. Avarok can do those? Okay. Hello, Avarok. Yeah, I'm about to say, they probably broke draw somewhere. I would not advise pooping the draw. Alright guys, we got some random giveaways going up here. If you want to enter in. Draw is cool. Chat. Once again, thank you to Galop for that donation tonight. And everyone's donated thus far for the event. It is right cool. You have less than 4 hours to sabotage the speedrun. I will tell you this right now. At pace, this is kind of a heads up for people. If you're looking to do it, you're going to want to do it in the next hour. Because depending upon when I finish the weapons, that will lead into the time for the grind, which is the next, which is the longest part of the run, honestly. There is a grind section I have to do here for shares to unlock every single CPU. So I will give you a heads up when we hit that time point, so you guys kind of get a heads up when you want to start dropping that information. And I do it because I actually want to see. I want to give you guys entertainment. And I think the run's been going pretty well so far. That if I do reset, I'm not too far out of it. I can still technically finish it off with very little time, maybe barely going over into somebody else's time spot. To where we Neptune's Hammer Crash. Planetune. Oh. Yeah, this is why I don't like Louis, heads up. Louis is the only one that has like all these big ice walls all over the place, or like snowboarders or whatever. And I will tell you something, it has been the bane of my existence. Because if you mess up one hammer, you are wasting almost a minute and a half to 2 minutes of time standing there. This is a game we need back. Like, oh, for sure, Methrael. Also, welcome in. How are you tonight? Yeah, this is a game I would love to see get a. I would love to see this game get a proper treatment, a proper modernization treatment that wasn't like RB1. But there's a lot of things that go against it, so sadly that may never happen. But I love this game. This game is honestly probably one of my favorite RPGs ever. So I have no complaints across the board. Like this game has probably been my go-to for a number of years. Wow, that was just bad stuff. Gotta be careful, this guy can actually do some damage. Normally we would just avoid him. They are not fun to fight, and this is why they take a lot of damage to kill. Yeah, like, this was the game that got me into Neptunia, in all honesty. It was this and MK2. I fell in love with both of them. I've always been a big fan of vanilla. And yes, by the way, we call this vanilla in the speedrun community. So if I mention like the word vanilla, I'm not talking about ice cream. I'm talking about this game. And we got some refreshments from the Mama Cat coming out. Thank you for those refreshments. Yeah, we coined this game vanilla in the community just because it was kind of the game that was the basis of the entire franchise. Even if it's not as popular as like the counterparts that come after it. And there, close call for Compa there. And a Puffy. We got it. I didn't mention to make you want ice cream, Flaming. I mentioned it because that's literally what we call this. Also, hello, Kaden. Welcome in. Once we have the notification that we've unlocked the weapon, and I can see that we have the last battle quest unlocked, are good to go. Alright. Thinking of not porting information. I'm just going I was part of the OG group. Yeah, Methriel, I was the same way. I was part of the OG group. Like, I think the OG trilogy by far stands out the most of the games. But I will admit, the OG trilogy has its faults. It's not perfect. It's not perfect in any way. All right, so we are now. So we're not at the grind phase just yet. Oh no, Mama Cat got booped. The snoots are being booped. Yeah, MK2 was an interesting setup though. Like, MK2 really does set the tone for like the future games. Platoon, Rising, Rising tracks. Oh yeah, completely Methriel. I agree. House and outside. As far as I know, Rock, everybody's in. If you're not in, guys, get entered in because it is time for them to that. Hey, lean box, that works. But yeah, the final boss fight song is actually really good too, Methriel. If you've never heard that song, it's a great song. Like, probably one of my favorites in the entire series for end boss themes. Congrats to Peppy 2002 and R.W. Lewis II. Congratulations to both of you on winning random games today. So, here's the biggest problem with the lean box situation. And the reason why I'm not a huge fan of lean box overall. Basically, you have to hunt the character down every single time. Find it hard to beat. Hard to beat. Encounter of Destiny for V2. Yeah, Encounter of Destiny V2 is a good song. I will grant that. I am a big fan of like some of the major songs, so. But I will say MK2 still probably has the best intro outro of most if any games of the franchise. Just because I think they match the games so well. That's right, guys. There's more donations, more chances at giveaways. And remember, at every $20, you guys get the chance to win the Hyperdimension Neptunia, the animation. So the anime given to us by IFI directly for you guys. And if you haven't seen that before, high recommendations. Also, by the way, I owe 10 uwus, so I'll space them out. Uwu. And yes, I honor my uwus, so the uwus will be honored as per the donation. I remember, guys, all donations today go to Toys for Tots, so if you guys, which gives kids a better chance. Which gives kids a chance to have a good Christmas this year, where they might not be able to. When in 2020, it is more than ever vital we give kids a chance at a good Christmas. I'll give a thank you to Xanda now. Yeah, Xanda and Robbie were here yesterday, actually. Methriel, doing a 1 hour stream here with us on the channel. And so having them here still was super fun. I've been working with Robbie for a lot of the event, trying to get him set up and get stuff set, working through. It's been a great time overall, and yeah. But Xanda has been, they've both been really good to work with overall. So I will say that this event's probably been my favorite event of the year so far. But of course, ooh. There's so many ways to do ooh. I'll have to find creative ways to do it. So I gotta give 10 uwus in response to $20. How's that gonna work when I do uwus for like a large donation? Like, I'm gonna have to space those out like really well and not like go crazy in the uwu department. We'll see when we get there. Honestly, getting to Noir is kind of the hard part. Noir is the big hurdle. Once you get Noir, which is our first major goal once we do a certain mission later in the run, that's when I will really be able to say your timer is gonna start counting down to really lock in that large donation. But I'm already assuming somewhere in the background someone's planning to drop that large donation on us. And watch me do the run all over again. All for the kids. And no, not the squids. Those squids might want it. Yeah, small fur babies are the best. Yeah, we actually have a blind cat who lives in our apartment with us, Mama Cat. That's my mom's. Blind by birth, mind you. Not anything else there. She was blind by birth, but she is very resilient, so good on her. And I mean, I'm just like, yeah, I've seen your bassets. They are, your bassets are really good looking bassets, actually. Let's restock on our thing. Let's go. We're going collection. Now, mind you, I haven't been using the guide that I have for this for the most part, so I might be short on a few things, but nothing right now seems to be completely out of place. I missed a couple major buffs that I could have used, which would have saved a tiny bit of time. Mostly it would have been like minor damage buffs. Ah, fair enough, Lemming. Oh, sorry, Mama. Fair enough there, Mama Cat. I get that. Alright, so we'll have Neptune again. But remember we set up a bunch of combat stats for IF and Compa? When you're talking about dogs, I always go to Flaming because Flaming won't talk about dogs all the time. So that was my brain having like a late night brain fart. I won't check the map all the time. It's mostly in levels I have to double check to make sure I know I'm going the right way. Because you go the wrong way, you can lose a lot of time in this game. The run, a lot of the small losses I have in runs are generally me getting lost. So yeah, that's a fun fact for this run. Most of my time losses are generally me just getting lost. Also, fun fact, this was the only game that had certain enemies in it. After MK2 released, they started to kind of reuse the same enemies with different, like, variants throughout the series. And so, Vanilla is one of the few games that actually has a lot of variety. So if you see a lot of enemies that maybe I don't fight, but maybe they're not as common in other games, that's why. They just don't have the, because it's because of the variety variety thing. This is probably the only time you'll fight Neptune. So yeah, this is probably one of the few times I can say Neptune is much fightable. Most of the time she's not. Wanna get Neptune in a state similar to what other characters. Neptune will attack again. Hard mode. Buster. And by the way, you fight Nep with her default gear. Just as a heads up in this fight, you don't fight her in the gear you provide her, so she doesn't have access to gear you in this format. Only when she's in your party. Otherwise, this fight would be made a lot worse. Alright, go get your ice cream. I haven't talked about ice cream in a while, so okay. If I want ice cream, I'll get a strawberry bar. Like, I actually have strawberry bars, my. And down. Oh, hi, puppers. Yeah, aren't they cute? Sadly, I had to get off as I had to for tomorrow. Alright, Mama Cat. It's been good having you here. Glad to see you around. You have a good sleep. Enjoy work tomorrow. Don't go too crazy. We'll see you around the event as we go around. But yeah, this is one of my favorite games for a reason. I've always just enjoyed growing up. So the ability to do it as a run has just been kind of a fun little like trade-off for me. As I've Alright, so we are now entering the biggest grind of the game. I'm gonna give you a heads up, this is the part that can get kinda on the boring side, but it is the part that I think is the most interesting once you get to the CPUs. Because you unlock the, this is where you start to unlock all the CPUs. And this is where you differentiate from bad end, good end, and true end. So, you were to just go for like bad or good end. Bad end, you would have stopped before you found her memory, before you broken her memories and gone for the event there. For good end, you would just stop here and go straight for the boss with just what you have. And for true end, which is what we're going for, you actually have to do a little bit of a detour, which can be a little grindy, and you have to complete some additional dungeons in each of the locations to basically increase your shares with that nation. And then basically you get a chance to fight CPU. It was kind of annoying because it was one of the few things I had to learn the hard way. So we need a very new goddess. So I need how dare you new goddess 4 times. And then we have 2 more we have to do in a different dungeon called Disastrous Flames. Fun fact, this does not take very long at all. These are very quick generally, maybe about a minute each. Maybe 30 seconds if you're lucky. The only reason it's grindy is because, yeah, it's one of those situations where these fights can take a little bit of time to get through. So, and once you get to the goddess fights, you have to play it a little differently, and I'll explain the combat mechanics for the goddess fights when we get there. Because, yeah, I totally see that we have to do that, and, yeah, Life of Voice ain't too terrible here. Essentially just, talking about various little mechanics at this point. So, yeah, at this point, again, it's mostly grinding. Honestly, it is one of those, like, things that I find very odd. But it isn't terrible. It's definitely one of those fast-paced ones if you know what you're doing. And I like that. It's pretty quick. You don't really burn too much time doing this. I mean, yeah, it puts you close to 4 hours. But the world record holder is like 36 minutes and 3 hours, 36 minutes, something like that. So he's definitely gotten it down where it definitely works. Woo. Woo. Oh yeah, it definitely, it can work. It's definitely one of those, like, small things you have to watch out for. And this is kind of the big requirement you have to do to get the CPU goddesses. Also a fact I'm gonna heads up on because I haven't talked about it yet because it's never actually happened. But you can actually lose Neptune. If you lose Neptune, you lose CPU. You lose the CPU rates, and if you lose the rates, you have to alter how many times you do certain dungeons to meet that back up. Welcome back, Flaming. So yeah, Neptune not dying is basically a must. I mean that literally, because if you don't, if she dies in any format, you basically have to spend extra, an extra couple minutes in each sector trying to get what you need. And generally only affects the sector they died in. So if they only died in one sector, you don't have to do for everyone. But it can vary based on your experience, and that's kind of an okay thing. Besides, everything dies basically in like less than 1 combo from Neptune, because Neptune Break is just that powerful. Alongside Kiryu, and Kiryu really kinda is the game breaker. The combo does too, but Kiryu just breaks the game. The cake is good? Well, that's good, Flaming. I'm glad you had your cake. don't have cake. I have strawberry bars, but not here. They're in the freezer. Get those after. Probably tomorrow, day, actually since it's past midnight now, when I get up, have breakfast in the morning. So yes, for those curious, from the last stream I owed you a waifu voice, so I'm trying to do it now. Obviously to make up that I couldn't do it there, because I couldn't find one. I had to practice it for a couple days, and it was kind of hard to figure one out because I wanted one that was different but still similar. Ooh. But yeah, I'll do it on and off throughout the run, remnants of the run, because we have at least a good hour, roughly, before get super close. So the next one we need is supposed to be Disastrous Flames. I want to grab this here, go back to our shop and grab 4 project buttons, because we're going to need 2 for each of this. And yeah, we're gonna go from there, we're gonna go. Like I said, a lot of these are not long grinds, as you may have noticed. They're very short grinds, and honestly, I think the worst one's gonna be Vert, because Vert, while her grinds are like super short, you have to actually go through a dungeon to get to Vert, and that means Neptune, even though you're just dodging stuff, it can become a pain. Honestly, oh, you know, it's up to you how you think about it. It's not that bad of a grind in reality sense, but it is like in that time-consuming portion of this run that really makes this run sort of like stick out. Alrighty. So we are getting close to the first Disastrous Flames. This one's not too terrible, thankfully. Okay, take a quick break from the voice. That's kind of hard to constantly. Alright, so yeah, that's kind of how the whole thing works. The grinds are just there, they're not really mean so much as time consuming. And yeah, like I said, we're getting pretty close. I want to say maybe within less than an hour, we will basically be at the final boss. Oh, well, okay, we actually have Blackheart already, only had to do one. Well, that was a nice surprise, honestly. Okay, so, for Blackheart fight, this is where I have to show off some different strategy. For this fight, you want to make sure Neptune always has protein. Even if you're using Kiryu, it will never do enough damage without it. Second off, unless you are crazy, you put this to easy. Not because it makes the fight any easier, it mostly reduces the, how to put it? It reduces the ability to lose. Plus, I will show off a mechanic that's built into the game by default. But it's going to be one that I recommend that you look at if you plan to play this game, because it can help in some instances. And this is basically going to be the Blackheart fight. It's a solo fight, 1v1, with them in their CPU form. They hit like a truck. You're going to be using protein, so you're not going to be able to heal. So if you start, so you're going to want to watch your attacks. And I mean very, very frequently you're going to watch this, because this is where you will start to really run into your run problem. Right, as you see, she gets first move, which is very rare, but she can have that. Okay, we got transformation first, so we're okay. I do want to be careful, because I don't know why she had first move. Okay. She has a double, which means she's guaranteed to use her special, most likely. So we want to be careful there and just be really on the safe side. At that point, don't even go for attack, just straight guard. If you start getting super low, careful. I could die here, but I'm not. So there you go. There is your black heart. And voila! So that is the black heart fight. It is very easy if you know how to play it off. It's not really totally difficult. And now we have her unlocked. We can now make sure we're up stock on check buttons, which we are. And we can go for Lean Box, which is to be our next destination. Okay, search Lean Box. So, here's the thing. You unlock 3 goddesses for the True End. It's required, unfortunately, for True End, you have to have all 3. In this run, we actually do not use one of the 3. The main reason for that is more so, she's more of a tank than a damage dealer, and she's not really good at doing a lot of damage. We want someone that can sort of break the guard bar, and she doesn't have a move that can really do that. Bert, on the other hand, while she's not the most liked character in the game, does happen to have a really good guard break move, which is why we want to use that. We want to make sure we are set back to hard mode for the levels, so do that. I'm not going to save again until we get to Vert, because we don't want to set it up for too many specific things. Right? We got a different employee, and we're going to start this. Now, this does take up to 8 runs to do. So Vert's is the longest of the major grinds, but hers also take around 30 seconds, generally. So, really, you're not too far out of it, honestly. The neck can usually work towards your favor. You just kind of have to, again, be quick on your button presses, and you're basically good to go. And again, the map for this is, like, really not that hard to get through. If you saw that dungeon we did earlier in Box, where it was, like, this map with, like, the knight here, it's basically follow that same map. And really, that's all it is. And Neptune can just do that, and there you go. Now there is that occasion chance you might have one less fight like we had with Blackheart there. It's very rare though, so you're generally gonna be doing 8. That's just the way things are with this particular one. It's not really an option to get out of it. But again, it is required that for True End you have to do this, and that is the biggest thing I'm going to stick to. True End, it is sort of just that little stickler you have to remember. But yeah, guys, so remember we are doing this for Toys for Tots, a organization that gives kids a chance for a better Christmas, and with this year being as rough as it is, all donations are always helpful to get those kids presents. And remember, at every $20 that you donate, you will be putting us in for a raffle for a copy of one of 9 remaining copies of Hyperdimension Neptunia, the animation. And if you're interested in that, you can that $20 donation will trigger that for you guys to win. So just keep an eye out for that. As it comes up, if we get donations, because that will be something that will come up. And like I said, we have to do this about 8 times, roughly. I've had a months where we had 7, but it was kind of an if, so yeah, not really the best, but it works. Get through it the best way. And this is good testing, mind you. There was a lot of testing for what levels give how much, how many shares. This was like a big hot test we had to do. Alright, quick, female voice break. Whew. Oh man, that, lowering my pitch just does not work for me all the time. Oh boy. Alright, so back to the whole, back to the grindstone. Now put that nose to the grindstone, get it done. Obviously, again, we do have donation centers for you guys, Uwu. Where if you guys donate every $2, I will basically say Uwu. And if we hit a cumulative of $500 donations during my stream, we will be doing a run reset at the end of run reset, and that will once we hit the once we unlock which is the last character we unlock, I will give a heads up that we have about 20-ish minutes before you will want for us to really get those donations in for that $500 donation. Boss name Macaroon, that's funny. Yeah, a lot of boss names in this game are really odd. I mean, it's not really weird to a degree, but it's weird enough that you can kind of work with it, I suppose. It's kind of an odd one. No, not too crazy, not too out there. And it's just a thing. I mean, there's also one, the final boss is named True Dragon R4, so you've got to think about that for like a second. Alright, that should be number 4. We should have to do it. Back up. Happens on occasion. So there's a weird little thing, as you may have noticed sometimes, the world will, needs to place the ooh. Boy. Alright, my voice has deepened over the years, so trying to do, like, high pitch and lower tones has gotten to me. Hope you guys are enjoying the waifu voice. I know it's not really that good. I know it's kind of a rushed one. It's coming up when I can do it. I'll do it. It's just tough. So I'll kind of discuss what I meant to discuss in the last fight. And that is that the AP meter acts as a defense gauge. Now, sounds weird, I know. But basically, for whatever reason, the higher your AP meter is, you take less damage. Or do you want me to sleep? No, go ahead, Flaming. It's understandable. You go ahead, sleep, brother. Like I said, I'll be here. I'm here for a full 7 hours, man. Maybe 8, depending upon when we get the reset, if we get it. So hey, I'll be here. I'll be here to see things through, get things done. But I appreciate you staying as long as you can. I know you gotta sleep and do your thing. You get some sleep, and I'll actually catch you around the TDM side of the world. Cause yeah, I don't want people to stay up longer than they think they can. Obviously, if you are tired, go to sleep. Fix my... Understandable. I get that. Sleep schedules are important. You might want to get that fixed. I understand that. But yeah, go ahead and get some sleep. Get your sleep schedule fixed. Like I said, mine's already been destroyed for years. I still wake up at like 7, 8 in the morning, obviously. But, you know, it's just the way things work in the world. Nothing too out of place or crazy, I suppose. Ah, oh, well, that's a thing that happens. I wouldn't be too uppity that you miss your phone arms or something. Oh, okay. If you're wondering why I'm checking the explored list periodically, the main reason for that is I want to see if I've got the fight with Vert already unlocked, so we're not wasting time for another run without necessity in this dungeon. What we want to do as many little runs as possible, even though there might be like 7 runs. So it is very thing that you have to kind of watch out for that, but it's not really that bad. But honestly, it's like it's just part of the run. I got ya. No wakey till like 10 a.m. is it? I'm probably gonna sleep. I'm probably once I get off of the stream, I'm probably gonna collapse and you know, go to sleep till like 11 in the morning because I can. I don't work tomorrow. My boss gave me the day off out of generosity. So hey, that kind of benefits me. $8:30. Okay, so we got versus green. All right, we got versus Greenheart. Okay, so same as last time, except here we do not want to change anything until we get into the dungeon. So make sure you have buttons before you go in. Plenty of stock and everything else, so we're good there. And Vert is... Get the game, Vert. Oh, I will. Trust me, I'm probably gonna do this all over again if the way the world works flaming. So we'll see. I will do my save in the dungeon once I do the changes. Normally you won't, but here I will because it makes more sense to do it that way. But we shouldn't have any issue in comparison. Because again, we've already done the fight with Noir. We know the mechanics. We know what we have to do. We're not really changing our strategy any. The only thing with Vert you have to realize is Vert can kind of do a little more critical damage. Yeah, that system is like, it's the auto mod system, flaming. I just, it was one word that triggered it. It was just a word on that, and you're fixed. I have moderator abilities for a reason. Make sure that they take that pops up, so you're good. I want to say come, just because words, I don't think, like, see ya is going to trigger that. Okay, so, set it up. Not processor. Item skill. Protein. Config. Easy. Fine. Save it right here. That way you know you're presetting yourself for a save setup. In case something goes wrong, you have the backup. And enter. Oh. Vert, so here's the thing, Methrail. Vert is actually only really used in the run for like 2 things. For really just literally breaking for swap out. With Or swap out with Compa so she can paralyze. And for breaking guard bars. That's really about it. Like, really is not as useful as she looks in this run. Like, we don't use Blanc at all. Like, Blanc does not get used at all. Except we unlock her, but we never use her. I could have killed her there, and I probably should have, but I didn't. Okay, we beat Vert. Alright, we got Vert, and now we're going to add her to our party. Vert is now in our party, and we have unlocked Vert. Make sure we are back up to stock on those. Turn off protein. Bigot. Hard mode. And now we need to go to Louis and pay a visit to... Why can't I name them? In vanilla, that was a thing. The original game, Methriel actually allowed you to name them. For whatever, it was an exclusive feature to only this game. Don't know why, don't know how, but every game in the future never allowed you to name them. You can name them anything you want in this game if you really want to. Like, it's not even, like, there are, when I take part of the HDM Marathon, we actually have an incentive where we name, each of the CPUs based on their donation amount, based on a point thing during the event. And you are allowed to name them, as long as it's Twitch friendly, you're allowed to name them any name you want. I couldn't do it here because I don't have the way to set that up for a bot, but yeah, that is actually a thing. Alright, it is a lot of way of faith. Never did peek this one. Make no mistake. Sea dungeon. Yeah. That'll happen. So yeah, if you've never seen the true ending of this Methriel, you're in for a little bit of a treat because I'm going for what is true end. So basically, for true end requirements, you have to unlock all the CPUs and then attempt to fight the final boss of the game 3 different times in various phases. The final phase is literally the boss that is the biggest RNG in the entire game. And it's funny because I was the first person within the community at the time, they shamed me at the time, to beat the boss without dying to that boss. So I actually still hold a little bit of a weird record in that situation where my time is the worst, but my best time actually was when I beat the game while beating the boss for the first time within 8 hours at the time of my original routing. So yeah, if anyone was curious why I could name them but I don't choose to, it's because the game allows you to name them automatically. It's kind of a weird thing. I've never, again, it was one of those, like, things that was put in the game but no one actually ever really used, I don't think. So yeah, that's kind of how things work with this game. Fun factoid. So let's keep a check on that. Mind you, we got a fair bit of the grind to do. We need to do about, I want to say 7 of these. Every single time I've been, I follow roughly the guide on this one. Because I did look at how many times you're supposed to run these. What I'm supposed to run because I don't by top of my head. Well, yeah. I usually am off by about a number. So I'm just following that. It's always going to be a number that number minus 1. Because I never died as Neptune. And that's given me the advantage of having that number situation. But yeah, I don't know if this run's actually going to finish. The catch is, again, that donation sends us up in the air. So if somebody really wants to do that donation, it's there. So someone can drop that on me right when I go into the last fight. I can't finish it. I have to reset my entire run there. And that's fine. I'm okay with that. It's for charity. It's good for the kids. You guys get some entertainment. Many Ubus will be had. Games will be given away. It's all kind of a benefit more than anything else. The community gets to kind of celebrate, and that's the whole point of me doing the run in the speedrun in a setting like this. And normally I would have a webcam on, just because it's so early in the morning for me. I'd rather not have a webcam on. And you'd think I'd be tired, and I sorta am-ish, but I'm not. But my body's saying, oh yeah, go sleep. But reality is, I'm not really that tired. I'll need Mox. Thank you. Oh! Thank you. Not a huge... Still. That is the other part about the run I don't like. Is if you don't know when those are going to show up, and you're just spamming the X button like I do, you will end up in that spot where you're going into that little dungeon that you don't have to go to. And it doesn't affect your shares or anything because it's just like a transport. But yeah, it is one of those really annoying things that you do at times. So yeah, you just gotta watch it a little bit. But yeah, it's not, honestly, it's not that bad. No. No. That should be number 5. Stop real quick. Click button. Paired. Buy those. We are gonna go here and buy everyone's Santa hat. Because again, Santa hats are the theme of the evening. And then here, double check our thing. Haven't yet. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's gonna take about 7. I think it's gonna be about 7 on this. I mean, it still could be 8, but there's just that random... But yeah, we'll see. Like, we're really doing okay there. And if the best time... Like, in any case, I'll most likely PB. PBing is probably the best thing I can do right now, because that means I'm actually beating my current times. And that's kind of what I want to do, so I'm okay with that. That means I actually am getting better at the run. Right, that should be 6. I was right, so it's going to be about 7. Yeah. Hey, Viol Knight, how are you? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Don't say, heh, I feel like I should be scared of something. Like, someone laughing like, heh, hee, is like, oh, okay, something's going on. Someone's probably talking somewhere that's, something's going to happen. Hey, you. Dragon done. One plus is that this game does stop its like timer clocks and animations or loadings, it seems like. Okay, so this one does require 8. Okay. This is the one that would require 8, unfortunately. That's fine. Like I said, we're at a good enough time that I'm not concerned. Like I said, and I'm not really worried about the time in general at this point. I mean, yes, I do want to be my best, and my goal is eventually sub 4. Sub 4 hours is kind of my big goal for the future line. But for right now, I'm not going to get sub 4. There's just no way. Sub 4 is just way out of the category for me. Like, it's been a good run, as far as I can say. Like, I'm not going to say it's been a bad run. That... No, for 8 should, that's right where we need to be. Fight hard. Okay, so go ahead and do a update on these. Here, go. Tickets. Changes. Save. Save that, because you are allowed to save in this run. It's mostly at these points here. Save. Generally, otherwise you won't save really ever. Especially against the Metal Boss, you are allowed to save during, like, you are allowed some saves. They're mostly what we call safety saves, though. Really, that's all they are. Safety saves are really one of those things that you never really use too much in a run like this. And there we go. And now we're finding Blanc. Now here's the thing about Blanc. Blanc hits like a truck. That's the biggest thing about Blanc you need to know. She is much tougher than the previous two in terms of health. She is the tank in this game. In other games, she is much more like a beefed up, like, DPSer. And that's kind of the way they designed her to be later games. But in this game, she hadn't had that identity yet, so she was kind of like the big beefy character. And this is the fight I think I usually have to use the AP gauge meter the most when I have the opportunity. She just does that much damage. And there's Blanc defeated. Now we just have to give it into Blanc, time it, and go from from there. Final step we have to do, we'll set about the right before the next boss, right before the next area. There you go. Okay, we're gonna head back to Neptune. And heads up for those doing donations. If you are donating for the reset, somebody probably is waiting for this. Your time is coming very soon. I mean, like, maybe the next less than 20 minutes. I will let you know when we're on the last 3 fights of the game. That will be kind of your cue. And yes, I am absolutely worried on that one. Do not think I'm not. You know what? It's charity. Charity kind of wins on this. Kill a dungeon. First off, turn off skill. Don't want to burn that. Take it fast is on hard mode. Will be for this. Shop. A little bit of shopping here. So time for a shopping trip. Quite literally. Yeah. Yeah, I said my record was like 412. So, remember that. I said earlier in the run, my record time was around 412. My PB right now was around 412 something. My things aren't accurate, but yeah. So that's why I'm giving the heads up now. This is the time to get that donation incentive in, because I am getting right near the end of the run. The initial run can take 5 hours, depending on if you get bad RNG. If you notice, my RNG's been good enough this run, I haven't had to really rely on it. This is where things get intense, I have to think. Yeah, my initial run, like I said, was around 446 something. I'm running this on a solid state drive, PS3. That cuts my run time down by about 30 minutes to 40 minutes. And I mentioned that a while back, when we started the run tonight. Off the way 3. Yeah, no, it's only been about 4 hours, so we're not completely crazy. We want to grab this because this is I haven't called it Heaven's Bangle. It's basically the strongest equipment bangle in the game. It gives the most stat boost of any bangle in the game, and honestly, you can find them scattered across a couple different like DLC dungeons like later on. But nah, I just find you pick one up here because it gives one of the characters in the run a super big boost of damage. Yeah, it's been 4 hours. It doesn't feel like it though, Yoda. I'll tell you that. Like, it don't feel like it's been no 4 hours for me. Like, I feel like it's only been like 3. But then again, for me, I'm also the one running a clock on my computer that tells me how fast I'm going. So that's kind of a thing. And I mean, I'm at 4:08:15 now. Here's the thing. My current PB is like 4 hours 12 minutes. Some change. Okay, so stop here. Now comes the part I gotta really Santa hat. And it's combos. Keep those as put this as a combo skill. Switches for hard disc. Switch. Sheet. Beer bottle at 100%. Or it's a hat. Heaven's bangle. Yeah, it depends. The R4 fight could really screw me up, though. Right then. Like, this is where I lose time. I don't know my... I absolutely do not know my, stuff that well. Like, I don't think I'm gonna beat my time here. Yeah, it will only make 480. So all I gotta do is donate 480, and I basically have to stop what I'm doing. Alright, we're entering the final fight. So this is first of 3 fights. The next 2 fights are back to back, so if you're getting it in, now is your time. Yeah, I'd love to get that out. That's the thing, Yoda. I'd love to get that out today for donations. So guys, remember, yeah, this is the time. If you want it, you gotta get it now. Over. This could go bad. Maybe not. If I can use them as like holding bait, maybe. It doesn't slow me down, but it might work. Neptune can still do it. So this is still feasible, just not the proper way to do it. As long as I stun lock her, it could be okay. Because the goal of it basically is to stun lock her down. Basically, you're supposed to swap in, Noir and Bert here. I didn't do that because I forgot. My brain wasn't wired properly for that. But this is also the easy portion of the fight, so I'm not surprised on that. Okay. First fight of the 3 is done. You would literally have... This is your time. Now, one thing. Nation. Pampa. Bert. RIF. That is correct. June gets protein, back up. I need her for that damage. Leave it on easy for the final fight. Save it. Seal. Confirm. Alright, here we go, guys. It is the last 2 fights of the game. Know someone's hanging up there waiting, potentially. Alright, here we go. Phase 2 of 3. This is the proper party setup for those curious. Go. Guard break. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Let's hope that someone didn't doze off or take a break. They did. They're about to miss the end of the run. Right, there's phase 2. Yeah, it would, Yoda. You are very much right. Alright. Fight 3. This is the fight that actually is the RNG fight. So if anyone's curious while I was talking about my RNG, here it is. Takes a minute to load this one. This is True Dragon R4. And if you've never seen this fight, now you're seeing it. This one is a little more strategic, so this could give them a little bit of time. I can't tell you how much they're going to have, because, again, I don't know how much I can do it. I can give them. Out. That's good. There's the guard break. Okay, got it. Pulling that. Clear one out. Transform. Guard. And this fight can hurt a lot. This fight can hurt absolutely a lot. But again, this is kind of what this hurt. Guard. And we haven't lost. That goes down one. Oh, crap. Well, here's the thing. Bert can still do it if she's careful. Okay, yeah, no. This is probably where the run would die. I'm going to take a self-proclaimed risk. I'm going to do this. Because her coming back out here should revive more and... Yep, there we go. That's what I was thinking was going to happen. Okay. That's what I need to see. Okay, so the fight's not completely a loss. Alright, this is your last chance. If you're going to do donation, I literally am about to end this fight. Very quickly if I do this right. And that's it. And that's it. That is the final fight. Holy crap. Okay. I didn't get PB, but that is the best record on video without any condition that would make it invalid on the record site. So technicality, I could take the footage from here and actually put it up as a full-on run, and my new time would be 4:18:12. So that's a new record for record purposes, not PB. But that is new record for me as a recorded run. So, holy crap. We did it! It's over! Holy crap. I'm still sad they could do the rerun, though. I really am. I was expecting a rerun somewhere tonight. Like, that is extremely, like, good. Like, the time saves on the board were definitely better. Like, there's still times I can improve on by a long shot. Like, it's gonna take a lot of, like, micromanagement to get there. But 4:18:12 is not a bad time at all. Chivas, okay. Yeah, save those times as my new record, because that's my new record as of right now. Yeah, that's it. That's the end of the run. We beat True Dragon R4. So that's okay. So on the one side, I'm happy because that's a good PB for me to kind of bounce on. It's nowhere near as good as my best PB, but it is the best run I've done on a live recording. And this is on a charity stream where we had a huge risk on the line of a reset. So there was a huge chance that run could be tossed in the matter of seconds, if you know what I mean. But otherwise, I mean, I was just going the pace I would have gone naturally, just to have fun with the game. So it wasn't like a chore, it was just a fun charity event that I got to play with. But yeah, I don't know what happened, because I swore someone said they were going to be a huge donator on this one, to keep me and reset my run potentially. But you know what? That's fine. As far as I'm concerned. Alright, so I'll kind of explain the ending real quick, because this is kind of an oddity. You see, Vanilla, this one, ended in a way that people weren't happy, that kind of put a wrap on the series. True End, basically, they decide to transfer all their power back to Histori, which is what they're doing now, and then she will basically create a new goddess to control everything while they run the lands below, making them essentially humans, former CPUs, with no power, but able to take care of their own land. It was an oddity, and it was retconned in MK2, because MK2 bounces off of the Good End, where R4 still lives after the events of Vanilla Good End story, and it's kind of an oddity. This song is so good, holy crap. Mind you, fun fact, I actually have done that fight on hard mode as a reference, and it's hard. Like, she blasted me like 3 times trying to do hard mode attempts. And that was during a 20-hour marathon stream. GG indeed, guys. GG indeed. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I know it was something a little out of the box, because it wasn't like... It was going fast intentionally. I'll have to send that time over to the, I'll have to send that time over to the community, and then get a copy of the video, or a link to the video, to the VOD, after the event. GG! GG indeed, guys. Now you see why I love speedrunning, though. This is probably my favorite thing to do, because just the energy you get from beating a run like this is just so much fun for me. And technically, I tapped it a couple seconds off because technicality, I delayed the start. Also, this image. Just, you cannot disagree, you cannot say this image is not cute. This is your true end victory image. This is what you get every time you beat a true end run. Like, it's just adorable. All the freaking, like, CPUs. Yeah, it is cute, cool. I admit that. I will admit that. It is a cutie. Thank you, Belarus. I appreciate that. I hope you guys enjoyed the run. Well, that's up to Drawl and them if they're still here. I have no idea if any of them are still here at this point. I was gonna do Death and Request too, since technically we do have that and I already own the game. I was thinking Death and Request 2, but I want to make sure that that's what Drawl wants me to do, because if there's another game he wants me to prefer... Yeah, I still got like 25 minutes of my original time slot. Because my original time slot was to 2, and then I got the 2-hour extension from Molly as the backup in case somebody needed, Yeah, I'm gonna do those right now, actually, Avarok. I'm gonna do the charity vid and then the sponsor video right quick. And then we'll go from there. So, I'm gonna mute myself, guys, play the videos for you. And when I get back, we'll figure out what we're gonna do from there. So, hang tight.
Excuse me. Excuse me, are you Santa Claus? I heard you might be him. If you are him, here's my list.
Help the Marines make Christmas possible for less fortunate children. Donate a new toy to Toys for Tots.
Here's Santa Claus.
Thanks to your generosity, Marines have delivered Christmas to children in need since 1947.
When your world falls apart, it is your family that holds it together.
When he decided that something was going to change.
The city moves real fast, and you got to move with it. You make a million choices a day to survive in Nevadas, and some of those choices are gonna hurt folks.
I saw the woe and torment inflicted by the creatures of the night. My steel will strike onto thee.
We all know they don't make engines like they used to. So at some point, you're gonna need to give the old can some TLC. Just do yourself a favor and avoid doing that in the middle of an asteroid belt.
様をお守りいたしましょう。
Careful! Careful! Here I go!
Whether you're a magician or a warrior, there's something for you.
Oh, this is most exciting.
We're never gonna make it home. We have to go back to our world, user!
I fear that this case is far from being solved.
Come on, Poirot. You'll find the killer.
Trust me.
Cause I'm right near the building. Welcome everybody, adults and to the children. The guitars, the bass, the drum, the ruppa-puppa-pum, the dum dee-dee-dee-dum dee-dee-dee-dee-dum.
Alright, well, we've run our ads and our special sponsor video. Again, I want to thank all of these sponsors for, all the sponsors here for the event, for everything they've done, get streamed on the channel, give us some stuff to give away to you guys here at the community for your donations. It's just been, it's just awesome working with all these different studios and these game devs and physical companies. Get you guys this type of stuff as we've gone through the event. Obviously, we are done with the run. I'm trying to get a response from Rexy to see if Tiff wants to take the wants 2 extra hours for their slot to do the 2 games they have, which is I think Roller Coaster Tycoon or Planet Coaster, and then another game which are both sponsor titles. But I really don't have another sponsor title. Thing is technicality, my only sponsor game for this event was earlier in the week, and that was actually Crosswave. But I've heard nothing back from Rexy as of yet, so not really sure what the situation is on. I was supposed to show you guys something real quick, as that's kind of curiosity. This game is kind of funny because the game actually has a built-in gallery for completing certain objectives. And you actually go visit it throughout the game. I actually did hit it by mistake one time. But it has like the base package art, limited edition package art, like pictures of each of the lands, various other pictures you can look at. These are all ending pictures, I believe. Concept art of like their swimsuits, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, the game has quite a bit of content too, in terms of like little things you can do. Like you unlock a lot of this type of stuff from doing like 100%ing all the monster guide, finding all the items, little things like that. And it's actually not bad. It's pretty interesting. So I guess I need to find a game to stream until we get a response back from Rexy on what they want to do. So let me see if I have transfer over cables to just for. Just because, technicality, we're done with this particular console. Yeah. Yeah, just as a reference point, I actually have this setting on here too. This is the sequel to the game we just did. This is the digital version, mind you, so this is the version that should run a lot smoother. I've not had a chance to learn the route for it yet, though. The routing for it's actually kind of difficult. Compared to RB, at least, it's not that easy to pick up and go as you would like. I mean, what would you guys want to watch? Just curiosity, questioning here, obviously. What would you guys actually want to watch? Because I got plenty of stuff I can pull up from console or my hardware or my PC setup. I don't want to play something you guys aren't going to want to be interested in watching. Sorry guys, I don't no screen here, but Steam games problem. All right, let me just swap over to the PS4 for now. Alright, sorry about that. Had to swap over to the PS4. See if we got something we can put on here. Rexy. Whoever's the next. Oh. Oh, we have a raid with the Rexy. Hello, Rexy. Welcome, raid. Hey. Hey, Rexy, we actually just finished the run not that long ago. I was going to check in with you to see if Tiff wanted to take over early. So many raids tonight. Raids. Ah! Just Beachy with another raid. Thank you for the raid, Just Beachy. It was good, Beachy. It went good. I got, not PB, but I got the best recorded time I've gotten for a while. So, yeah, not bad at all. Pretty good run. I was expecting a little more. I was expecting someone to drop that $500 at one point between many people, but never happened, which is fine. It's charity. As long as any money raised is good money, as far as I'm concerned in the world. If you want to let me know when you're ready to take over, I'm just going to play something small until you are essentially ready to hold over, if that's what you want to do. Because, yeah, I didn't expect that run to end so fast. It was kind of like, yep, no problem. You're all good. We'll just put something on in the meantime until not a problem. You can kind of see what I keep my PS4. Nope. Some of this is PS4 PDM review content. Stuff I haven't had a chance to really work on yet, like The Outer Worlds and Cold Steel 4. But yeah, I will be working on these for reviews in the near future. I'll awake with that raid. Thank you so much, I'll awake. Dwarfs. There's the last part of the raid. Miku? Yes, I own both Diva X and I own Future Tone, with all of its DLCs for the time being. I own a lot of Miku games actually in my collection. It's one of those rare things that I happen to have. I also happen to have stuff like Mega Tagmention, and that is actually speedrun. Those. It's fine. I've still got this to play around with. I actually bought this. I've never had a chance to play it yet, though. Yeah, Crystal Chronicles Remaster. This is kind of the end-all, be-all console where everything ends up that I need to play or I want to play, but I never get to. I'm usually... So yeah, this is kind of my... I'm good whenever. Alright, well guys, with that being the situation, I am going to go ahead and transfer... I'm going to transfer over to Speechy so that they can take over and entertain you for the next, I think, 6 hours. Hope you guys have had I hope you guys enjoyed the speed run. If you like that, I do more of that stuff on my own channel, which they've been linking periodically throughout the stream. Otherwise, have an excellent night. Stay positive, guys. Thank you for everything you guys have done for the charity so far. We've raised so much money to get these kids so many gifts. There's more to come. And have a great night.